The Wisdom School Board will be called to order. We'll begin with a Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Let's take a roll call of the trustees.
Laura Blakely,
Bill Lambert.
Kevin Conley,
Laura Berman. Let the record reflect that all the trustees are present tonight. We'll move on to the approval of the agenda. If anyone in the room has a comment on the agenda itself, you may present a speaker card to the front. And if you are joining us on Zoom, you may press *9 to raise your hand to make a comment on the agenda itself. Okay. Seeing as there are no comments, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I
So
move to
moved.
approve the agenda.
second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
On a motion made by Trustee Lambert and seconded by Vice President Conley, the agenda itself has been approved unanimously. Okay. We'll move on to the closed session agenda. Are there any comments on the closed session agenda from the public? You can raise your hand on Zoom, pressing *9. Okay. Seeing that there are no comments on the closed session agenda, we will move into closed session at 6:04 p.m. At 7:23 PM, the open session of the meeting is reconvened. There was no action taken during closed session. We'll move on to item 5, consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered routine, will be approved in one motion. Are there any questions or comments from trustees?
So staff is requesting that we pull item S and to bring it back with a couple of changes. So we can pull that from consent. I'll announce what the changes are and request that it be approved separately.
Okay. Trustee Chang.
I have 2 items requesting to be pulled for individual vote. One is under contracts, item number 8, the Woodbury contract. And then now on the consent agenda, item J, the professional agreement with Carducci Associates for a separate vote. So I move we approve the consent agenda with contract 8 pulled out, J and S. And S is the one superintendent requested.
Trustee Blakely, did you have anything else? I saw your microphone was on.
No, I was just going to say that I thought we were pulling S and
We did. Great. So I have here that we're pulling J, we're pulling S, and then contract number 8. Contract number 8. So that's C, contract number 8. Do I have to pull the whole item of contracts to do that?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
do we need public comment first?
Yes, please. Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public on the consent agenda? If you're on Zoom, you may raise your hand on *9, using *9. Okay, seeing as there are none, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nobody's opposed. Great. Okay, so let's begin with the contracts.
I have no commentary. I just want an individual vote on that. I will be a no vote on this item, but we can go ahead and vote on it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
Do we need to move that we approve the Woodbury contract as presented? So I move that we approve the Woodbury contract as presented.
Second.
Apologies. May I ask a question?
Yes.
Quite often when we vote no, we give an explanation of why. Is that something you would be willing to share, Trustee Chang?
I typically would, but I think it would be involved with items involved in the closed session, as in, I think it involves items that are tangled with closed session items. So, yeah.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I thought we,
Yeah.
I moved.
Thank you.
Let's move the second.
Okay, second. All those in favor of,
Public comment.
thank you. Okay, well, I will get it together very soon. Any comments on this item from the public? If you are joining us on Zoom, you may press *9. Okay. So we have a motion, and did we have a second? Okay, all those in favor of approving the Woodbury contract?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, may the record reflect that Trustee Chang voted no on the Woodbury contract, and we have Trustee Blakely, and we have Trustee Lambert, Vice President Conley, and President Berman all voted to approve it. Okay, so I'm going to move on to item J. The award of professional services with Carducci. Trustee Chang, did you want to speak about this item?
Sure. We've previously contracted Carducci Associates for $619,000 for previous work with the district, which is in the board Q&A. So that's online. Of that $619,000, $114,000 was done on the Wisman fencing issue, and I respect the work they've done for the school district, but I do not believe that we've seen kind of outcomes from the work that make me want to spend $95,000 more with them. Ideally, I would have loved to have seen if money from our existing contracts could have been transferred over to do these really meaningful projects on our outdoor greening, like the the intent of doing outdoor environmental work is really good, but I wish our existing contract could have covered that versus an additional 95,000 being asked. So I'll be a no vote for that reason.
Sorry, can I take trustee, do you have any questions about this item in particular? Other trustees?
I have a question. The scope of work on the contract that is presented as item J arose subsequent to the prior contract that we'd initially entered into several years back, correct? Because we came up with the greening initiative.
Correct. So,
Relates to that, and that was new. So
so their first contract started off with, at the request of the board, which was a little bit different at the time, to facilitate, or actually it was HYA
Right.
started with the facilitation. Let's just say it didn't go as planned. And then Carducci was brought in for the second go around. And then when Vargas came up, it's actually Carducci who was the one who did the work with Vargas facilitating what the greening would be. And we're close to starting the planning. And then from there, Vargas led to the shifting of outdoor learning spaces to greening. And so they're a different type of architect. They're not your typical architect, right? They're landscape architects. So that's why this sort of moved to this realm.
So is it fair to say that the scope of the current contract under consideration this evening is different than the scope was with the prior work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because the other schools would not have been covered. It would, at that time, and I don't know what Dr. Westover is. She may be in her office, but at that time, it would have been simple. Oh, there you are, Dr. Westover. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at that time, their contract was only for Vargas. And so this may be moving, but I'll turn it over to her.
Yes, the scope is completely different from the previously awarded contracts. If there is any savings from the previous contracts, we roll it back into other that we can put towards other projects. Chris, to answer your question, if other contracts aren't fully utilized.
Any other questions from trustees?
So just to clarify from my understanding, we're awarding contracts, but we are not required to spend the full amount of money that is within that contract.
That's correct. So if we end up not doing portions of the project, it's just then we wouldn't be charged for it.
Thank you.
Do you need a motion or do we have a motion?
Members of the public, are there any comments on this item? Okay, a motion. Do we have a motion?
I move that we approve the award of professional services agreement with Carducci Associates, Inc. for outdoor greening learning, which is under item 5J as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed?
Opposed? Nay.
Okay, let the record reflect that we have 4 approved and 1 opposed. We have Laura Blakely approved, trustee Lampert, pardon me, trustee Blakely, trustee Lampert, vice president Conley, president Berman approved, and we have trustee Chang who has said no to award of professional services agreement with Carducci Associates for outdoor green learning, item J in the consent agenda. Okay, now we'll move on to, let's see, consent agenda item S was also pulled.
Correct. Staff is requested that the board approves the ground lease with the following changes to section 7.9. The first one is to state that the insurance requirements will not be in excess of similar affordable housing projects in lieu of the market rate project, and also to remove the provision that the landlord will assist in procuring the district's insurance.
Are there any questions from trustees? Okay, any comments from the public? Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the ground lease with Mountain View Owners LLC for the land on which the district's employee housing project at 777 Middlefield Avenue is located,
Second.
with the modification provided as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Let the record reflect that item S on the consent agenda was approved unanimously as presented with the amended items. Okay, we will move on to communications. We will begin with employee organizations. If you are a member of an employee organization wishing to address the board, you may do so now. We don't see that we have any joining us online or in person, so we'll move on to district committees. We also don't have district committees joining us tonight. Oh.
My
Go ahead,
word is
Trustee
low.
Blakely.
It's not
Yes.
exactly a district committee, but may I make a brief statement regarding CHAC that
Yes.
I'm the JPA member of? I just wanted to provide a brief update to the JP regarding the JPA. The environment in which mental health services are provided is rapidly evolving with both new challenges and opportunities. CHAC has a 50-year history of providing critical support for individuals and families in the communities of Los Altos Hills, Mountain View, and beyond. The CHAC board is committed to maintaining these critical community and school-based services. That's where I'm the JPA member for Mountain View Wisman, for the school-based services that our communities rely on in this changing environment. Fiscal challenges this year have impacted CHAC services. Most notably, the clinic was placed on hiatus on August 1. The CHAC board and staff are evaluating sustainability options. And part of the sustainability evaluation includes whether or not CHAC should remain a completely standalone agency or should partner with another provider that shares the CHAC mission and expertise and has the ability to enhance how CHAC services are provided. A natural byproduct of examining potential partnerships is whether or not the current JPA structure is the best way for CHAC to be organized going forward, and whether or not the JPA structure would enhance or hinder potential partnerships. While no assumptions have been made as CHAC examines the structural and partnership alternatives, it's important for the CHAC board to communicate that the JPA structure is one of the issues being examined. And the CHAC looks forward to working with the JPA partner reps on the board, as well as the governing boards, which is us, of each of the JPA members, as CHAC undertakes the critical evaluation this fall. So it's mostly just to give a heads up that CHAC is evaluating a number of things in order to be able to continue to provide services, mental health services, but one of those would be the JPA structure. Thank you.
Thank you for the update, Trustee Blakely. Okay, we will move. Yes.
I just wanted to make a note that the District Equity Committee is going to have its first meeting coming up in September. I'm going to pull it up and make sure I get the right date. I don't have the date in front of me. The committee is open to members of the public, parents, staff members, anyone who wants to join. So it is not something where people have to be selected prior to or appointed to the committee. It is literally open to anyone who wants to participate. So if you go to our website, there is information about the District Equity Committee, and we would love to see people participate.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. And we will move on to item 6C, updates from our superintendent, Dr. Rudolph.
Yep. Just I want to just echo what Trustee Blakely said. We're a proud supporter of CHAC. We've increased our contribution up to $1 million. And we will continue as as I talked about in the all hands, right? Obviously, we're seeing an impact on mental health, not just for kids, but across the whole community. And I think CHAC serves a vital service. And so, since I've been here, I think we've went from 300,000 over to $1 million in 9 years. And I think it's money well spent. And I would encourage all other organizations to join us. I know Mountain View, Los Altos and Los Altos have also increased their payments too, but I think we're one of the highest payers of the group. So I commend the board for prioritizing that. I also just want to say we had an amazing start to this school year. I know we have a teacher in here, but I think across all of our school sites, it was great welcoming kids. But also I think there is something different that's occurring this year that didn't occur last year. And I think, even when I'm seeing, like this morning, I saw parents standing and watching sort of the Vargas, check in when I ran home real quick. And, I've heard, I was talking with our volunteers coordinator who's working on the badges. And she's like, I got 400 in the queue. And that's returning ones. That's not even the new ones that are coming in. So it's really been a great start. And I just want to commend all of the staff, the teachers, the classified staff, the new duty supervisors, the principals, the coordinators, cabinet members for making this such a smooth start. It's probably been, I think, on record, at least since I've been here, the best start that we've had. And I think that's a lot about the preparation and also sort of the tenoring that went into it. Just to remind people, community check-in is tomorrow. So looking forward to talking about a couple items that are sort of pressing. I do want to just put out, like, we do know, even in our own office, that COVID is sort of on the uptick. So I just want to remind people, like, just be mindful. If you're sick, it's okay for you to stay home. Nothing wrong with that. And by the way, those old test kits, even I have a whole bunch of them. Almost all of them are expired now. So, and the government's not sending them out. So just be mindful of all of that. Just a couple other things real quick. Just also want to highlight today, you approved the ground lease, which is the final hurdle that we needed to clear. So at this point, we'll start moving into our pro forma. So over the course of the year, I'll be bringing back a series of questions for the board to sort of start debating on in terms of how they want to approach teacher housing. But approving the ground lease helps to set the price. If you're looking at back of the napkin numbers, you're somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1,600, give or take. Don't anybody quote me on that, because somebody smart is going to run the numbers. But on average, that's what it will look like. So we're super excited to have that take place. And thank you for approving the ground lease. Last two things, just real quick. I want to just highlight the school showcases are coming back. I talked with President Berman. I said it's been a while since we've had kids in here to start the meeting, so we will be bringing those back. And then in addition to that, we also have a staff recognition award that we will be doing at the beginning of every meeting. It doesn't necessarily mean that staff will be here, but we've been purchasing golden turtles that we will be sharing with people, so we'll make sure that they get them out. But at the start of every meeting after the school showcase, there will be a list of recipients who were nominated for the Golden Turtle Award that we're asking the board to just recognize, and then we will send those out. So those are two big changes to our agenda, and I can't wait. I think Vargas is up first, so let's see what the Golden Owls have for us. And if I'm wrong, I apologize to all the other schools for highlighting Vargas twice, but I think they are the one up first. So that's all I have for my updates.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. It's an exciting start to the school year and some positive changes we have coming to the boardroom, having students coming back in. So we're excited to hear from our school sites. So we are going to move on to item 7, the community comments. This is a time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcomes this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agendized items. Speakers are requested to complete a speaker card, which are located in the back of the boardroom, and state the name for the record when they come up to speak. You can bring your speaker cards up if you wish to speak on items that are not on the agenda. And if you are joining us on Zoom, you may raise your hand in Zoom, and I'll take a moment just to see how many participants we have. Oh, okay. See, we have a hand up in Zoom, phone number ending in 76. You may unmute yourself, and we will set 3 minutes on the timer. And you can begin as soon as the timer begins. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Nelson. I'd like to talk about Castro School equity. In the 2021-22 most recent SARCS, School Accountability Report Card, the English academic proficiency at that school was 22%. The average for the state is 47%. In math, the proficiency was 16%. The state average in those years was 33%. In science, the academic proficiency was 14%, and at the state level, it was 29%. So Castro academic achievement is less than half the state average across the three subjects. The district goal number 5 is equitable distribution of resources. So what do the resources look like on that school when we look at the SARC numbers? The revenue spent per student is about minus 1% below the district averages. Or it's called actually expenditures per pupil. That's about $18.5 thousand. The teacher average salary was minus 3.7% of the district average. Part of that's why is because the teachers have several less years experience than MI. But the other thing is you should be looking at why, when there's supposed to be a plan that schools with such high economically disadvantaged and other high need students are supposed to be getting 20%, about $2,000 more per student than your average school. So how come the total expenditures at this school is below the district average? This is what I keep on harping about these programs like RTI are not concentrating people at the schools. I know the next year's thing will be a little bit better for spending there because there were more staff hired to directly support students. But you guys are not making the grade for doing this equity distribution of resources. Resources that can be measured by money, resources that are enabled by money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to item 8, review and action. We have one item under review and action, board resolution number 03081723, local assignment options, speech and language with Ms. Fitzgerald.
Good evening. As I do each year, I'm bringing you tonight a resolution to approve the local assignment option for speech and language providers listed in the resolution. Each of them meets the qualifications of the California Education Code. They do not have credentials, but they are all licensed and all have their master's degrees in communication disabilities, which is what qualifies them for the local assignment option. And so I ask you tonight to please approve that for our staff to serve our students.
Are there any questions from the board? Okay, any comments? We'll move on to public comments. Seeing as there are none, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Lambert and seconded by trustee Blakely, this item has been approved unanimously. Board resolution number 03081723, local assignment option, speech and language. Okay, thank you. We will move on to review and discussion, response to City of Mountain View's fiscal report on North Bay Shore Master Plan.
All right, so I am going to turn it over to staff, our legal counsel, as well as a couple other staff members. I just want to point out, so we, at the end of the year, city staff presented on the fiscal impact report of the North Bay Shore Precise Plan. And at the request of several board members, we sent the fiscal impact over to our financial consultant who's been doing the work, who understands sort of these nuances. And what we are looking for today is guidance on how to respond back to the city's presentation and what points you want us to include, and then we'll send that letter off. So I'm going to turn it over to Phil Henderson, who is our legal counsel. But if you give me 1 second, I'm going to pull up the presentation.
Yep.
And then I think just between you and Dante, just let me know when you want me to hit the next slide, and I'll go from there.
Okay. Will we see the slide on the screen or?
Yep.
Okay. I'll wait then. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. And again, my name is Phil Henderson with Auerbach. You've gone ahead. Oh, okay. Okay. No, you can go that. Oh, it's okay. We can start with my name. With Auerbach, Huff, and Henderson. And with me tonight is Dante Gumicio with Public Economics Incorporated. So we're going to be discussing, as it says on the side, the Shoreline Regional Park Community and analysis of the school funding for the North Bayshore Master Plan, plus Shoreline generally. So you can go ahead and go to the next slide if you like. I'm going to introduce the topic briefly, and then I'm going to step aside for Mr. Gumicio to explain in much more detail for a number of slides, some of the, if you will, the math going forward. So a little bit of background. So what are we talking about tonight? When we speak of shoreline, what we're talking about is the Mountain View Shoreline Regional Park Community Act, which was, I'll say, it was not codified because it was not put into the statute, but the legislature passed it in 1969. Similar to a redevelopment agency, but it is not a redevelopment agency, not under the statute for RDAs. The purposes that were, why the shoreline, I'm going to use the term shorthand now for shoreline, why it was established was to preserve habitat. These points that are on the board, we pulled from the actual legislation. Preserve the habitats and open space, provide public access to parks, improve community design, community development, provide housing and employment and investment opportunities. So what we're going to discuss here tonight is the impact of the shoreline on district finances. And there's an existing joint powers agreement that the city and the district and the high school district, MVLA, have. And they've had that for quite a few years. And Mr. Gumicio will explain that in some more detail. We'll also be discussing specifically the North Bayshore Master Plan, which the city approved in June. So that development in and of itself, that's just one development in Shoreline, could generate itself, if they build all the residential units they're talking about 1,000 students just for this district. So how will the district house and educate those new students without the funds to pay for more schools, et cetera? So again, the district asked us, and I'm not the expert in this area, so I'm going to hand it off to Dante in just a moment here to explain the relatively detailed calculations, assumptions, and projections that are part of the financing and funding from the school district and what comes as a basic aid district in the state of California. So hold on tight for some detailed math, and I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Gumicio, who's going to take it from the slides here, and I'll do a quick recap at the end when Dante's done. So let's go to the next slide, and hopefully you all will hear Dante and see Dante in a moment.
Yes. Can you hear me and can you see me?
We can do both. Yes.
Very good. Well, it's a pleasure to be with you, board, and Dr. Rudolph, as of course, Mr. Henderson, and staff and members of the public. The specific reason for this presentation is, as Phil identified, the recent adoption by the city of the North Bayshore Master Plan. It was approved in June, and it involves a small portion of the Shoreline Regional Park community. The current assessed value of, we'll use NBMP. It's a little easier perhaps than saying North Bayshore. Maybe we should just say North Bayshore, is a little over $1 billion. And that's about 18% of the current assessed value for all of Shoreline. Now, accompanying the approval of the master plan was a city fiscal impact analysis, or fiscal impact report. FIR is a useful acronym, that was done for the master plan for North Bayshore. And among many, many things, it showed that North Bayshore includes 153 acres out of a total of 1,350 acres in all of shoreline. So it's actually a smaller percentage of acres, 11%, than it is of total assessed value in shoreline, 18%. But of greater significance, the FIR showed future new development data for North Bayshore and for shoreline as a whole, which the district did not have before. And it's this new development data that we will focus on. Next slide, please. Specifically, the FIR shows build-out development for North Bayshore over 30 years and build-out development for shoreline as a whole, though the number of years for that is not identified. For North Bayshore, build-out new development includes 7,000 new residential dwelling units. And considering that there are only, 100 and some odd acres in North Bayshore, that suggests a quite high density of residential development. Also, 3.5 million square feet of new non-residential, specifically office and retail development. That's 60% of all of Shoreline's potential. 525 new hotel rooms, 72% of Shoreline, and $7.654 billion of new assessed value at build out. Now that's in today's dollars, $22-23. Obviously, new AV assessed value 30 years from now for that same development will be much, much, much higher. And we estimate that new development assessed value, even in today's dollars, is about 63% of the Shoreline total. And the FIR identifies that this new AV will generate new annual property tax increment. That's additional property taxes paid by the owners of all the new development, residential, non-residential, etc., over the 30-year period. But again, stated in $22-23, $76.5 million of tax increment. We'll use the acronym TI. Next slide, please. Now, Mountain View-Wisman School District is a basic aid district, so its funding for educational programs and operations comes from local property taxes, not from state aid. Most school districts in the state have a what used to be called a revenue limit, now is called a local control funding formula amount that is greater than the amount of property taxes it receives. And so most of the districts receive state funding, in many cases, significant state funding to cover the difference between the property taxes, which for them are lower than their LCFF limit, and the LCFF limit itself. But that's not the case for Mountain View-Wisman. Mountain View-Wisman's property taxes are greater than its LCFF limit. And therefore, the district receives no state aid for operations and programs. Now, based on $76.5 million at build out in new annual tax increment, again in $22-23, the district would normally receive its full, almost 24% share of the property tax dollar. And do the math, and that gets you little over 18 million per year at build out, but only if North Bayshore were not part of Shoreline. And if North Bayshore were treated like any other new development that's not part of Shoreline in the city of Mountain View. Next slide, please. Now, while Shoreline was created in 1969, it has used what is called tax increment financing since fiscal year 77-78. And by definition, tax increment financing diverts the new annual property tax revenue, the tax increment, the TI, from all the new development, in this case, in North Bayshore, the TI is diverted to Shoreline. And it's diverted from affected taxing entities, including the school district that would otherwise receive it. That's how tax increment financing works. Property taxes in the future from new development that would otherwise be apportioned to the local affected taxing entities are instead diverted to a redevelopment agency type entity, in this case, Shoreline. Now, through fiscal year 8-9, and then also once again, 9 years later, the district's share of diverted TI was backfilled by the state because the district was not basic aid in those years. And this backfill by the state, in essence, increased state funding to the district because it was not basic aid at the time by the amount of diverted tax income. And that held the district harmless from any adverse impacts on the funding of programs and operations. Beginning in fiscal 5-6, part of the diverted TI has been paid back to the district by Shoreline pursuant to a Joint Powers Authority agreement, or a JPA agreement. But since 9-10, again excluding that one outlier of 17-18, the district's share of diverted TI has not been backfilled. That's because starting in 9-10, with that 1 year accepted, the district has been a basic aid district. And so its diverted TI has not been backfilled by the state. This district receives no state funding for the diverted TI or anything else. And that leaves the JPA agreement payments as the only district funding source for educational programs and operations within Shoreline. And while the title of this slide mentions North Bayshore Master Plan, we're really talking in general terms. All 4 bullets pertain to Shoreline as a whole, and therefore to the North Bayshore portion of Shoreline. Next slide. Now, for those years in which the district was not basic aid, we estimate that about $54 million of tax increment revenue that otherwise would have gone to the district was diverted to Shoreline. But that's okay because $54 million was backfilled by the state. In addition, starting in 5-6, the JPA agreement paid the district $6 million over from 5-6 through 8-9 and then 17-18. A winning situation for the district. However, starting in 9-10, when the district became basic aid, $114 million of tax increment that would otherwise have gone to the district was diverted to Shoreline, and the state backfill has been zero. And yes, the JPA agreement has paid back to the district 38 million of the 114 million of diverted tax increment. It's about a third. By the way, almost all of the JPA agreement payments through 22-23 have come from non-residential development, practically less than 1% from residential. But if 114 million is diverted, if zero is backfilled, and if only 38 million is paid back under the agreement, then 77 million, 67% of the TI net amount is still lost to Shoreline. The numbers don't add up exactly due to rounding. 76 million, but it's actually set closer to 77 million when you take away the rounding. So before 9-10, the story was very different for the district. Shoreline did not harm the district. In fact, it benefited the district. But since 9-10, with the exception of 17-18, The diverted TI has not been backfilled, and the agreement has only paid back about a third of that amount. Next slide. Now, to be more specific, let's talk about the impacts on per student revenues of funding diverted to Shoreline for the two most recent fiscal years. In fiscal year 21-22, the district general fund revenue was almost 99 million. Divide that by 4,522 students, and therefore you get 21,863 per student. Not included in that 98.9 million is 9.2 million, an additional 9.4% of the net TI that was diverted to Shoreline because the district was not basic aid. And that's net TI because we've already accounted for the nearly $5 million of JPA agreement payments to the district for 21-22. And that left a net diverted of 9.2. Well, if you divide that 9.2 by the number of students, you get about a little over $2,000 per student that the district would have otherwise received that was diverted to Shoreline and therefore lost to the district. The picture is very similar in 22-23. The district general fund revenue went up significantly. Enrollment was the same. And therefore, the general fund revenue per student was over $25,000. Actually, the net amount diverted went down slightly to 9.1 million. And that's because the JPA agreement payment went up. And that left net TI per student lost to Shoreline, again, of a little over $2,000. Next slide, please. Now, the city has stated that the district will eventually get 75% of its share of tax increment funding from the North Bayshore portion of Shoreline. Well, actually, based on the city's FIR for North Bayshore, the district will eventually get 78%, not just 75, but 78. The FIR identifies the amount per year at build out 30 years from now in $23 $18.2 million is the district's full nearly 24% share of the property tax. And 14.2 million, the FIR estimates, which is 78% of 18.2, will be paid to the district based on the current terms of the JPA agreement, as stated in the 2019 amendment thereto, which gives the district 100% pass-through of its full share of new residential tax increment, but very little residual pass-through from non-residential tax increment. So the good news is eventually the district would be paid in present day dollars, 14.2 million a year under the agreement. It would have diverted 18.2 million before the agreement and would lose, not be paid, 4 million per year in today's dollars, despite the agreement. Next slide, please. Now, there are some potential shortcomings in the city's view per the FIR. The FIR implicitly assumes that the agreement payments are paid on new development, $7.654 billion in 22-23 dollars. And one way of looking at that is that new development occurs all at once. Now, of course, the FIR does not say it occurs all at once. It says it occurs over 30 years. But in essence, the FIR is showing the agreement payments in the 30th build-out year and then annually thereafter. Now, this generates reasonable results in the long run. The district will eventually get 75% of its share of tax increment funding, 78% actually. However, this all at once build out and after framework, which we call a static framework, which is the way FIRs are prepared up and down the state. There's no deficiency in the city's FIR. It's just the static framework does not account for a couple of important things. It doesn't account for annual payments before build out, only at build out, as new development takes place on a cumulative basis, not all at once, over time. And it does not account for future increases in both the market value of new development above 22-23 and increases in the annual assessed value of that new development after it occurs. So inherent in the FIR analysis are these two limitations. Next slide. In order to address these two limitations, a dynamic framework is required. It is required to project the actual annual amounts of JPA agreement payments before build out and to project the total cumulative amounts of JPA agreement payments over the entire 30-year period, and therefore also to project the annual and total amounts not paid to the district over the 30-year period. A dynamic framework is required to generate those numbers. Now, the FIR does not provide any what economists like myself would call absorption schedules or projected rates of development of the new residential versus the new non-residential. So absent any information from on the ground about those two things, we have made a couple of assumptions. We've assumed that both the new residential and the non-residential occur at the same rate each year, basically 1/30 of the total every year for 30 years, and you finally get to the 100% amount of new development. And we've also assumed that both the market value of the new development and the annual assessed value of future existing units also increase by 3% per year. Fairly conservative assumption. This dynamic framework generates projected annual and total cumulative amounts. Those, see the bold in the first blue bullet and the two green bullets underneath it. The dynamic framework generates those amounts, and those amounts are not shown in the static FIR framework. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the results of the dynamic assumptions, well, total new AV over 30 years is not 7.5 billion, it's 12 billion, which is understandable because we're assuming 3% inflation. But the cumulative total new TI over 30 years is $1.6 billion over 30 years, not just 76 million annually in the 30th year, but 1.6 billion over 30 years. The district's full share of that is $384 million over 30 years diverted to North Bay Shore within Shoreline. And using the modeling the JPA agreement, we actually get a slightly lower percentage of payments coming back to the district, 266 million, which is a little less than 75%, 69% of the total cumulative TI, again, based on the current terms of the agreement. 100% new residential TI, but only actually 4.5% of a residual pass-through for non-residential. Well, if you subtract $266 million, which should be in bold, my mistake for not bolding that number. If you subtract 266 from 384, you get a difference of $118 million over 30 years will not be paid to the district. Now, I noted in the agenda item, or in the agenda report for this item, the $63 million figure is cited, and that is a figure that I previously provided district staff. That is in today's dollars. So the 118 million is inflated dollars over 30 years. The 63 million is not paid to the district in today's dollars. Could we go back a couple of slides, please? One more. One more. There you go. That side, go back. You were where I wanted you to be. Just go forward one more slide. There we go. So the FIR is showing a shortfall of 4 million per year in $22-23 within its static framework. Now go forward to where we were, 2 or 3 slides, please. One more. In a dynamic framework, it's not 4 million per year, it's 118 million over 30 years, or 63 million in today's dollars. Very big difference. Next slide. Okay, now shoreline was, I'm done. This is not me. So Bill, I'm turning it back over to you.
I was going to let you keep going, but I'll go ahead and jump in. So that was a lot of information. Great job, Dante. So just briefly as a recap, we're not asking the board to take any action on all of this. This is information tonight for the board. And a quick, I guess, context for the recap. The shoreline was established long before there was a Silicon Valley boom. The North Bayshore provides, a fantastic development of all kinds of residential and commercial buildings. But if the North Bayshore were treated like any other development in Mountain View, as you've seen for the past 10 slides or so, the district would receive its full share of property taxes and the tax increment, within the North Bayshore, not greatly reduced by the share it gets under the shoreline as a statutory structure and the JPA that the district is operating on right now. There's nothing in this statute, I say statute, it's somewhat of a statute. It's not, you can't find it in the code. That legislation or the JPA, there's nothing in either one of those that would prohibit the city from determining that the district could get its full share of the tax increment financing, notwithstanding, if you will, the historical last almost 50 years of the tax increment diversion that Dante has outlined for the past 10 slides or so. So that's the end of our recap. You can go to the next slide, which I think is just questions.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that, all of that information. Trustees, I'm going to turn it over to you for questions. Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, could you clarify something for me? So we have the North Shoreline Community District, which is the subject of the statute. And then we have this portion called North Bayshore, which is the precise plan, which encompasses Google. Could you explain what that covers, the North Bayshore precise plan, and what other portions of the shoreline community?
Yeah, a little bit. So North, as Dante indicated, the North Bayshore project, which is within Shoreline. And for those who don't know, Shoreline is, if you will, it's the east side of the city. It's what's bordering the water, if you will. And it's over almost 1,200 acres. As Dante pointed out, North Bayshore itself was only, I think, 130 acres within that. So it's maybe a tenth, maybe a little more than a tenth. There are other developments in Shoreline. There's other construction going on similarly. We treated North Bayshore as one because at the moment it's the one generating, frankly, the most students. It's generating, that's the other development should be generating the same kind of tax increment we're talking about if it was to be treated like any other development in the city. But because it's in Shoreline, those other developments are treated, if you will, the same under the Shoreline plan. But again, this particular project, because of the residential and the impact that's going to have on the district and the need for schools and places to house and teach the students, that's the impact that I think probably attracted more attention for the North Bayshore project.
It just sort of focus, and your calculations did not include the areas outside of the North Bayshore size.
I'll say no, but I'll defer to Dante to say I don't believe it did. It was compared to Shoreline as a whole, but the analysis, Dante, you had done was regarding the development at North Bayshore and the math on that.
That is correct. It's limited to the North Bayshore portion, only 153 acres out of 1,350.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Conley, no, sorry. Any other trustee questions? Trustee Conley.
I would love to see at some point a calculation of the tax increment that we are not receiving from the other developments planned within the Shoreline JPA. We're talking about what the district is losing if we look at just the North Bay Shore Master Plan and the development agreement there. But I digress. My question was, Dante, you've used a conservative estimate of a 3% increase in assessed value
Yes.
in future years. I would love to know more about the change in assessed value that we've seen, let's say, in the past 5 or 10 years in our school district and in Shoreline, because my understanding is that 3%, it's not just conservative, but there have been years that have been, triple or more that amount. So I'd love to look at some historical data if you have it available.
Yes,
about what's been happening.
We do. Let me look for it and bring it up. Just a moment, please. I think I'm going to find it faster by bringing up this document. Nope, that's not the one I want either. Just a moment, please. Just bear with me because I know I've got it. Okay. There we go. In fiscal years, I'm gonna go back more than just 5 or 10 years. I'm gonna give you a total historical overview, but it's gonna be very brief. In fiscal year 77, 78, when Shoreline began to use tax increment authority, which was granted to it by the legislature back in 1969, the total assessed value of all of Shoreline was $33.88 million. If you divide $33.88 million by the number of acres in Shoreline, the value per acre was 25,402. Now, fast forward 45 years to fiscal year 22-23. The Shoreline AV is now $5.9 billion. The Shoreline acres haven't changed. They're still 1,350. So the average value, this is assessed value. This is not market value. This is assessed value on the basis for imposing property taxes. Divide $5.89 billion by 1,350 acres, and you get an average assessed value of $4.37 million per acre. Now, 4.37 million per acre in 22-23 divided by 5,402 per acre 45 years before is an increase of 17,303%. So your sense that the assessed value of land in all of Shoreline, not just North Bay Shore, all of Shoreline has gone up a lot in the last 5 or 10 years is absolutely correct, and it's gone up even more in the last 45.
I just have one more question. I can imagine, the city's fiscal impact analysis, when we look at it, the FIR, we can say that's a static estimate. We're using a dynamic model. But I can also imagine a response that says, well, your dynamic model doesn't take into account the actual construction timelines, the build out that we're looking at, the fact that things may or may not be built as planned. And so I was wondering if you have looked at the development agreement that was penciled out and approved, that I think it stipulates within 15 years, a certain amount of development that must take place. And some of those things come online, I want to say in 2029. Have we tried looking at that to make some of our projections? Or is it better to stick with the dynamic scenario that you've outlined?
Well, I have not been provided by the district with many other agreements that may include either absorption projections or expectations or requirements under the agreement. But the dynamic analysis is still dynamic, whether you assume that the new residential and non-residential development occurs at the same proportional rate every year, or whether it occurs at different proportional rates. For example, if residential development occurs more slowly than non-residential, which as my understanding seems likely, the non-residential will happen faster, or at least in the next 10 years, there'll be relatively more non-residential than residential. Since the residential pass-through or payment to the district is 100% of the district's share of residential tax increment, and very, very small percent of the district's share of non-residential, then if we run a different dynamic model where non-residential development occurs more slowly, residential occurs more slowly than non-residential, then the amounts paid to the district under the agreement will be less, and the amounts not paid will be more. Either way, it's still a dynamic analysis. It's just using different sets of development assumptions. And if the district will provide us with an agreement or two or three, however many there are, we can tweak the dynamic model and make it more realistic, and we'll get different results. Again, if residential is slower than non-residential, the payments to the district will be slower and will be less over many years, and the amounts not paid will be greater.
Trustee Conley, just to answer your question. So the Santa Clara County's Assessor's Office, when they compared the roles, and I'm just going to use last fiscal year. So the difference between 2022 to 23 versus 2023 to 24, the school district, Mountain View Westman's secure, and I'm going to use secure property tax. So apples to apples comparison, not unsecured versus secured. So our assessed value increased by 6.3%. The RDA secure increased by 11.86%. So almost double of what the school district is increasing.
Thank you.
Trustee Bensley.
And sorry, one other point, and all this can be found in the county assessor's book. This year, so from as we look at the roll, our projected AV for 24-25 started off at 2.06 and has already dropped to 1.83, whereas the RDA, and this is how the county assessor writes it, right? Mountain View Elementary RDA only is at 2% and has not dropped. So there's a distinct difference between how the two are sort of moving up and down, with the school district's tax revenue often trailing behind in terms of assessed value growth.
So to clarify, 1.83% for our district and 2% for the RDA?
Correct. If we were to look at the August projections, we are currently at 1.83% is what they are projecting our assessed value to be at. Whereas the RDA is already projected at the same time frame, they are projecting that it is already at 2%. and or it's dropped from the first month to the second month.
Yeah, that's just a couple of months.
Just to help frame some of this, isn't it true that like you're quoting the reciting the what is it called, the secured tax roll? So that's on an aggregate basis, and it's going to be smaller when you're just looking at the shoreline area. It's only there's fewer properties over there, and it is only going to change. The assessed value only changes; it increases by a little over 1% a year because of Prop 13, unless a property changes hands, in which case it gets reassessed at the fair market value that it was transferred for, which is generally higher than whatever it was, right? Or when there is new construction and the final occupancy certificates are issued. So during the construction, like the new Google building that is about to get its occupancy certificate around now, maybe it already did, the big one on Shoreline to the left as you're driving down towards the entrance of Shoreline Park, that's just been assessed at whatever it was when Google acquired it. And it's about to go up a whole bunch because that building, I don't know how much it's worth, is worth a lot. So that will like bump it up that particular year. But unless there's another huge new building like that at Shoreline or whole development that gets its occupancy certificates issued, that's why we've seen nothing from the Sobrato residential development, because it didn't have its occupancy certificates, even though I think the construction of the residential was approved in like 2015, 16, some years ago. So it's going to be, I guess my point is that I think it will be lumpier and go up by fits and starts. There are bigger bumps in the Shoreline area just because there's fewer properties there. And some of those properties are being developed so significantly that it's more than if you just had a quarter of an acre and you built a $2 million house on it or something like that. Is my understanding correct?
Well, this is Dante. Let me respond to that. In general, your understanding is correct. Under Proposition 13, existing properties' assessed values may go up from one year to the next by no more than 2%, or the percentage increase in the California CPI. A few years ago, that percentage increase, for example, in 1819, what year was it? A few years ago, the California CPI went down. So you can have an occasional decrease in assessed value from year to year with all else equal. But certainly in recent years, with the inflation we've experienced, the 2% number, the 2% limit imposed by Prop 13 has been much less than the percentage increase in the California CPI. And therefore, 2% has been the cap. But as existing properties are sold, they are reassessed, as you said, at market value. And certainly during COVID, we saw market values for residential property just going through the roof. And so if 10% of the existing homes, which were all carrying old assessed values from when they were built or purchased, inflated at no more than 2% a year, are suddenly sold, you're going to get a big balloon of new assessed value without any new development. And then, of course, the new development increases, if you will, at the market rate until it is completed or sold. And then that locks in a base year value under Prop 13. And thus we begin the not to exceed 2% for that property until it is redeveloped or sold. So you're absolutely right that there is a lot of lumpiness in AV growth, and in particular, for example, from 2021 to 21-22, assessed value in Shoreline increased by 20.62%. But from 21-22 to 22-23, the assessed value in Shoreline increased by only 4.2%. And as you look back at the pattern of Shoreline AV growth It's all over the place, but it's been consistently higher over the last 45 years to get us from $25,000 an acre to over $4 million an acre in assessed value. A dynamic analysis can make any set of assumptions you want about lumpiness or non-lumpiness, slower or faster rates of growth for residential development versus non-residential. A dynamic analysis can accommodate any set of assumptions. The FIR, by its nature, it's not expected, it's not required to provide a dynamic analysis. We have done a dynamic analysis based on one simplified set of assumptions. We can tweak that analysis based on different sets of assumptions, and we'll get different results.
Thank you.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I had a question to check if I'm understanding the presentation correctly, and then a follow-up question. So essentially, is the difference between the fiscal report by the city and ours is that the city has presented build-out numbers from 30 years from now. Whether or not that build-out comes exactly the way it is 30 years from now, hard to predict, but they're presenting, and that looks like a favorable scenario. And we're seeking, our report presents dynamic numbers trying to show that not all the building, if it's over 30 years, not all of it's happening at once. And there's a large amount of money lost by not calculating those years in between, and how buildings don't build in a linear fashion, right?
Correct.
So if that's the core difference, then my question is, what is our process to going forward to work with the city to try to come up with common numbers, right? Because if the city's using build-out numbers in a 30-year date, we're presenting dynamic numbers, and so we can agree on the numbers we're negotiating. We can't then even discuss how much is a fair share, right? It's like if you're trying to divide a pie and we don't even know how big the pie is. How do you divide the slices, right? So, what is the next phase on us and the city working on common numbers, even before we try to talk about what share we or MVLA or other entities get? Thank you.
So let me take a stab at this one. I think all of us are going to use the numbers in a way that favors our argument, right? So for instance, when we talk about future growth, we look at what is the impact of the 11,000 units on the school district, and what is that going to result in? What is the future need? And at the same time, the city will say, because they have, that we're not sure if these residential properties are even going to take hold. And as a result, you shouldn't use those numbers. That same argument, the city is going to say, look, here's the benefit of this project, assuming that it all gets built out on the school district in terms of tax increment. Look how lucky you are. And then we're going to turn around and we're going to say, well, that assumes that this is built out like 77 Middlefield. It's all at one time. And so it all shows up and then we get the assessed value. I think the real conversation is about what is it that we're trying to do as a group. And all of us will point to the numbers. I'm sure after we send the letter or even tonight, the city staff will say, no, these numbers are incorrect, or numbers are right, your numbers are wrong. However, what makes Mountain View is the quality of all the services that are afforded to the community. It is the quality of schools. It is the quality of all the parks. It is shoreline included. It is the quality of the services. It is crime. It is everything around there. And so this shouldn't be a debate about whose numbers are right or wrong. This should be a debate about what the needs are and what in totality, right? And those needs do not fall solely on one governmental agency. They fall on both. So I think what I would argue, because I agree with you on this one, what I would argue is that our numbers aren't wrong and their numbers aren't wrong. Our numbers in both instances take into account the total impact. Their numbers take into account the total impact. How we are looking at the numbers and when these numbers will materialize has to be taken into account. And as I was told early in my career, data tells a story, but it doesn't tell a lie. And so all of us have to accept that what we're hearing is not necessarily a lie. I don't think anybody's being malicious in terms of obfuscating what is needed. But at the same token, we know that if you build housing, kids will show up. And we know that there will be an increase in the tax increment. What that looks like, no one can predict. And it's possible that some of us won't even be here, right? If we're all here 30 years later doing the exact same thing that we were doing today, we may say that something went wrong with our future plans, right? And so I think what behooves us all is to accept the fact that these numbers exist, to understand where the position point is, but also to agree that at some point there has to be a common good that has to be achieved, and that both governmental agencies have very distinct needs that are out there, and that we have to find, and I'm going to quote Jim Zukowski when I met with him this weekend. This is exactly what he told me. Compromise is when neither party is happy. That's compromise. And I think if one party walks away feeling as if they won, then something wasn't achieved in terms of the compromise. And so we all need to keep that in mind if we expect Mountain View to continue on its trajectory. Because at our current rate, as long as we continue to point and talk about how the numbers aren't working and how they are wrong, and I don't do Dante's job, so I'm not going to argue with him in terms of his, financial acumen. But if we continue on that path, then the true losers in this conversation are my grandkids and my son, who will inherit this place 30 years from now, not any of us, because the conversation is so far out. So I think we have to, as electeds, as staff, have to get past the fact that we keep pointing to somebody's numbers and saying they're wrong, and accept them that this is your perspective and your assumptions, and I get it. And let's figure out what the right solution is, and let's come up with a compromise that works for everybody.
A quick follow-up question. Thank you, Dr. Ruff. So our numbers are correct, the numbers are correct. We're looking for a place to start negotiations because they're using different timeframes, right? So the question about the process is, if we in the city cannot ever agree on the numbers for the negotiating, is there any discussion or process to just send the numbers to an arbitrator or things like that, so that just that common data can be agreed to on the starting place for negotiation? Is there a discussion or a process for that?
I don't know. And the only reason why I say that is because I don't think each entity is, and MVLA is not even here. So I don't think each governmental agency is working on the same ground or is viewed as equal partners. And so there are three distinct governmental agencies that are all trying to achieve certain goals. And as long as one governmental agency or two governmental agencies control what the outcome is, it will always be impossible for us to find an adequate solution. And so I would argue that I don't know if it's about arbitration. I also don't think that the solution is to blow everything up. I think at some point, electeds are going to have to take, this job and say, here's the common framework by which we all agree on. Here are the things that we expect to come. Here are the needs that have to be addressed that, involve all of us. staff figure out a solution for it. It should not be driven, in my opinion, it should not be driven by it, because I'm going to advocate on behalf of the school district nonstop. That's what I'm paid to do. I expect that Kimber and staff will do the exact same thing. But there's a reason why each of you were elected to find a solution. And I think, I hate to do this, but the onus is actually on y'all and not a consultant or any other staff member. I think the onus is on y'all to direct each governmental agency, including MVLA, to figure out what the right compromise is, so that everybody walks away saying, I didn't get everything, but I sure got more than what I had before. And I can live with this. And I think that is the intent of what the Shoreline 6 did. And I think that's what happened when the government agencies got together in that moment and started saying the agreement didn't work. And luckily, it benefited the district. And so I think that's what's required now.
Any additional questions, trustees? Okay, we will move on to public comments. If you're a member of the public and would like to make a comment on this item, you see we have one hand raised on Zoom. If you have a yellow card, you can go ahead and bring it up. Thank you. Four total, including the one on Zoom?
There was one.
There's one on Zoom.
You put his pen down.
Oh, so we'll do 2 minutes each.
2 minutes.
Yep. Okay. We're going to give our speakers 2 minutes each. We have three comments? Three comments in person and one over Zoom. So we'll begin with our in-person comments. Dr. Rudolph.
All right, we have Allison Hicks, then Lucas Ramirez, and then Audrey Seymour Rambert. Sorry, Mayor Hicks. I just read them from top to bottom. So you go second.
Hi, Audrey Seymour Randberg. I'm Assistant City Manager for the City of Mountain View, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this item. I appreciate learning more about dynamic approaches to fiscal impact. It wasn't something that I knew before, and I have lots of questions. Saw more detail in the presentation than was available in the packet. So I'm not actually standing here today to give you an alternative set of numbers, but just rather to say that this is a very important and interesting conversation that we can have about what difference does it make to have a dynamic approach versus a static approach? How much of a difference do different assumptions make? And one of the things that is a different assumption is that residential is actually going to happen faster than the non-residential. So the result for the school district would be more favorable than was presented in the dynamic approach. But really, I think in a setting like this, it's difficult to have give and take and real answers and questions in real time. And that's why I'm really glad that we have a joint meeting process that's set up that will be kicking off on September 18th, so that we really can come as close as possible to a shared set of data. I think that's more possible than maybe we might tend to think when we're starting off from different standpoints. I think it's going to be in the course of that dialogue that we'll be able to understand each other's assumptions and be able to have that common frame of reference so that we can say how much revenue is going to be generated by North Bay Shore Master Plan and the other area within Shoreline, and what might that mean for the payments to the school district. I don't think it's true, as in the conclusion says, that the city could just choose to give the full tax rate allocation without any considerations, because there are legal considerations and there are some very important purposes of the shoreline community that need to be met. And I'm really looking forward to us being able to talk about that together in our joint meeting process. Thank you.
Thank you. You may begin as soon as the timer begins.
Okay. Hi, I'm Allison Hicks. I am Mayor of Mountain View this year, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'll be short. I'm mostly here to listen to your perspectives and learn. It has been interesting to hear your perspective. And I think that the school and the city are working on a big puzzle here. And I think that we have common interests that encompass all the things that our residents and students, the services and so forth that they need. I was going to say, from the city's perspective, one of the things that hasn't been talked about tonight is the shoreline community. What the shoreline community enables is the ability to carry out our housing obligations, the housing obligations of the city, under what's known as the housing element. The city's, as you probably know, the city is in a declared housing crisis. And I'm sure you as a district are suffering from this as well, as you have over 180, at the last time I heard, 180 homeless students in your district alone. So North Bayshore is the place our community has chosen to build many of the housing units, 7,000, as you said, that we need to build to address this crisis. And we're building 11,000 in total. We are not building all of them within North Bayshore. If we don't build the housing in North Bayshore, then we're just going to have to build it somewhere else in the city, and probably somewhere that in neighborhoods and in ways that I doubt our residents would like. So the reason we do tax increment financing is that it allows development that would otherwise not be possible. Oh, I'm running out of time. So just basically, we need to be careful that we're not going down a path that won't allow us, that makes it impossible for us to do the housing development that we all need.
Thank you. Okay, we have another in-person comment. As soon as okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, honorable trustees. My name is Lucas Ramirez. I also serve on the Mountain View City Council, and I have the privilege to serve on the subcommittee that I believe two of you will be serving on to discuss this issue in greater detail. I shared with you a copy of the fiscal impact report. If you haven't had a chance to read through it, it is an interesting read. And I turned it specifically to page 12 because that's probably the page that's most interesting to you. And it breaks down the residential and non-residential property tax share that the school district would receive. You'll see at the top, there are some additional assumptions made, including assumptions and parameters that are important to understand in the broader context. And I believe it says these numbers don't include the some additional share that would be provided through the EER JPA. And as we've talked about, there could be additional shares provided through future negotiations. So I think there's a lot more that the school district could be provided depending on how the subcommittee ends up working out. I also do want to quibble, because I am very good at quibbling with numbers, with the assumptions made in the dynamic analysis. And the biggest one in my mind is the assumption that the development will occur at the same rate each year. And it's very difficult to defend, especially if the dynamic analysis were to use the development agreement with Google as the basis. So I would encourage the district, or the city could provide that DA with Dante, and it would be interesting to see how that would, what the numbers might look like if we're actually using the development plan proposed by Google, including the performance milestones that are required by the city, because I think it would yield a very different outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were all our in-person comments, and we have one person online with their hand raised. You can unmute yourself and you may share your comment.
Hello, this is Stephen Nelson. I wanted to say one thing about these analysis. Things that are 30 years out, they really can't be estimated to 5 or 6 decimal points of significant figures. So everybody that's making these assumptions, when you make it so many decimal points of precision, it just makes it clear that this is all over the place what you're guessing. But the other point I'd like to make has to do with who holds the cards. All the cards in this game are held by the city because that special statute from 1969 gives the city all the cards. And as long as that's happened, they can still have things like, well, if there's a fiscal emergency, all things are off and the city can stop giving the school district any money. I don't know if that's in the current one, but it was in the past agreement. So it isn't just the school district fighting these things. Shoreline was not an RDA. It was not cut off because it wasn't an RDA. And it is the state legislature that is the casino. The state legislature owns the cards. It owns the card table. It owns the casino. So when you're playing cards against the city, realize if you go in and do it without the county, for instance, you're doing it alone. And one of the things you should look at is Mr. Williams, who's now the chief administrator of the county, was the person who won the RDA argument in the California Supreme Court, justifying their being shut down. He also was a participant in shutting down our Mountain View downtown RDA, which the school district still benefits from, getting money every year, getting rent lease money.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Nelson. Our 2 minutes were up, but I encourage you to please submit the rest of your comments to the Board of Trustees. So the direction that is being asked for is what staff would like board direction on what information to include in the letter to the city to help City Council to understand the full context of the impact on district students and staff. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. What I would encourage the district and the board to put in the communications to the city is agreement on the process on how to get to comment numbers. What I mean by there is, so we have a joint meeting coming up on September 18th, our first meeting, working to ensure that that first and subsequent joint meetings are placed for equal dialogue for, so this meeting here is sorts of monologue, right? Like we're presenting our fiscal analysis and the city on June 13th, a few months ago, they present their monologue on their fiscal analysis. Well, I hope that my direction to our staff is that let's have that future meeting on September 18th be the first of many dialogues, as kind of echoing what the city council members and staff had said about wanting to work together. I'm very inspired by what Dr. Rudolph said about the need for compromise, and that it's all of us learning to see what can we live with so we all can reach a greater good, which speaks of faith in these negotiations, right? So I'm very inspired by Dr. Rudolph saying we are committed to negotiating. And I think that means that this letter to the city needs to set the foundation to that. And that means equal airtime at future meetings. So I encourage us to be, setting agendas at these joint meetings that allow all parties to dialogue with each other, present information, because we have 2 city council members here. And sometimes we go to city council member meetings, but the joint meeting is the only place where everyone's there. So thank you.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Are you referring to, there's a joint meeting of the full governing bodies on the 18th of September? but at least conceptually, we've discussed then having a series of with the ad hoc committees of each agency. So are you referring to those ad hoc meetings or potentially future completely joint meetings that have not yet been scheduled?
I
Or
think
both?
I think the spirit is captured by both. The idea that we are committed to these negotiations, and I directed the district to work with the city to try to get to common numbers so that all these meetings can have a place to work with, because it looks like we are all committed to this. We're all committed to this process to work, and as you say, we're not all going to love everything, but what we can live with so that we get to something that's better for Mountain View.
Trustee Lambert.
Sure. So what I would like to see discussed and understood, first off, are, what is the legal interpretation of the statute?
Yes, just speak into the microphone. Thank you.
What is the legal interpretation of the statute? And Ms. Ramsberg, alluded to legal constraints that the city perceives, and we'd like to understand those from our ends. We'd like to, we should have our own interpretation of what the constraints are and what is permitted. Next, I'd like to, I think the issue is we can, like in the presentation tonight, we can project what what one could consider the school district's fair share. But it's also important to understand, I think, for all of us to understand fully how the North Bay Shore monies, the Shoreline Community District monies are spent right now. How are they used by the city for both funding projects within the Shoreline Community District and outside of the Shoreline Community District, so we really can see what is available, what are long-term commitments financially, what are short-term commitments that could be changed. And so I think that's the next step to understand. Then we can, that would, to me, lay a groundwork. Okay, what's possible? What are the constraints? Now we can really sit down and discuss what are the priorities, or should be the priorities, for what we can work with.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments here? Yes.
I don't know if it is appropriate for this letter, but I would truly love to see a commitment on the part of all agencies to reach a long-term resolution before November of 2024, when the governing bodies, or December 2024, of all the agencies will change with the election. I don't know if that's if possible, but it is my sincere and fervent hope that all the agencies can agree to do their best to work towards a timeline that completes that before the end of the calendar year 2024.
Trustee Conley.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the recommendations from my colleagues on direction for the letter. I also would like to suggest, if our team has time, that we not only cite the numbers from the original dynamic analysis, but we get Dante a copy of the development agreement that is from that June 23rd agenda that was actually, I believe the development agreement was approved separately by it's like codes enforcement. June 13th, excuse me. Okay. So if we could get a copy of that to him, because it could inform also we'll call it a bumpy dynamic analysis. I would love to see as well, when we talk about the shoreline agreement, we aren't just talking about the North Bay Shore Master Plan. And I think this presentation really emphasized just the North Bay Shore Master Plan. But I think our letter, although it's responding to the fiscal impact for the North Bay Shore Master Plan, interestingly, the fiscal impact report lays out what expenses or expenditures the city anticipates around infrastructure, around sea level rise, maintenance of the existing landfill, all of these different things that already exist is within this FIR as well. And I think we should reference those numbers. Granted, those may change as well, but there is, here a projected estimate of what the city thinks its costs will be to be able to continue its responsibilities in the shoreline JPA. And then if we look at a dynamic bumpy analysis, what is the difference between those costs and revenues? And how is that different than the static analysis that we see?
So I'll just add that, yes, I agree with all of the suggestions. I think it's also helpful for our city staff and our council members in the community to understand that shift that happens with school funding. So the beginning of that presentation on how school funding, that we were getting backfilled when there was the delta in funding. But as soon as Mountain View shifted to basic aid, that backfill that we were getting ended. So we're completely relying on the tax, that income to supplement, basically to grow our schools and our program and benefit all of our students and all of our schools. So I think that in and of itself, I think is an interesting lesson or a piece of information for everyone to understand. Just check over my notes. And something, Dr. Rudolph, that you also mentioned, and I don't know if it necessarily goes into this letter, is, and I think thinking through, I know it's going to be challenging to come to a set of numbers. It would be ideal if we could come to an agreement about what these numbers are, but I don't know that we're going to get there. But I think to your point of what is, a lot of times these models for, future city planning, they don't include the schools. So our job as a school board is to be the voice of students and the needs of schools. And so that's what we need to do. So I think educating our community on with the growth that may not come, that we still need to plan for, just as the city needs to plan for that growth, continue to remind our community of the needs that will come from those students coming into our school district. And, we all want to ensure that we have the best schools and the best facilities, because I think Mountain View is worthy of having that type of community for its young people. So I think if we can make sure we mention that, I think that would be helpful. Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. Just a couple more things. Toward what you were just saying, President Berman, about the revenue limit versus the basic aid funding. I think we had some analysis with the new it's not TK, pre-K, that we are going to need to be adding another grade level at all of our elementary schools and doing some new construction to make classrooms that are accessible to very small children. There's different statutory requirements in terms of bathrooms and what floor they're on and things like that. And project that out, because my understanding was it was distinctly possible that without any kind of shoreline funds, we could end up back in revenue limit again. And then toward that, the comparison data, I think some of the council members have even asked for it in terms of what other K-8 school districts in our area, what their funding is, to compare like where we fit in the, like versus Cupertino versus Palo Alto. Palo Alto is not K, some of the school districts aren't K-8, but to the extent it's reasonably possible where we fit with our per student funding, so that I think there's a perception that we're really, really well funded. And I think when you look at the comparison data, it will show that that's not necessarily true. And I think it would just be helpful to have that data included.
So I think some of these will come up in the data repository. Otherwise, this is going to be an essay instead of a letter. So what we'll do is we'll tease out which items, because at the next meeting, we'll bring back what are the data repository or what are the questions. And I think some of these items fall distinctly in there. But I think we figured out what the tenor of the message is. And so we'll draft, I'll work with Phil and Dante to sort of draft that. And then items that we know are going to be addressed that, in terms of questions, we'll make sure you either captured in the data repository, which we'll bring it back to you at the next meeting, or that we added in there.
All right, sounds good. Trustees, should we continue to the next item and take a 5-minute bio break?
I had a
Yes.
procedural question
Chang,
about the agenda. So our next item, it's slated as 80 minutes.
Mhm.
I'm just looking at the time and recognizing also that like we may have community members who wish to participate in the item after that, and if that's at 80 minutes, we're getting late. Is there a possibility of that 80 minutes for that's like that the presentations will not take that long, or would the president consider flipping those items? I believe that's within parliamentary procedure. You could shift the order and have the Monte Loma item come up first.
Well, I'd like to keep the agenda, the items as they are, but Dr. Rudolph, do you think this item is going to take 80 minutes?
Dr. Westover?
We can go quickly.
I do think that we're going to have to take some extra time, though. We're going to add time to our agenda.
I was going to make a motion that we extend the meeting until 11:15 p.m.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor of extending until 11:15? Right. Okay, on a motion made by Vice President Conley and seconded by Trustee Lampert, we are going to extend the meeting till 11:15, and that was unanimous. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute bio break. We'll be back at 9:15.
Thank you, Dante.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dante. Appreciate it.
We will. Oh, all right, so we are back. It's 9:16. We will now continue with, we are in review and discussion. Item B, Environmental Sustainability Advisory Council Progress and Request for Guidance. We have a presentation today from Dr. Westover. Just give her a moment.
Thank you. Sorry, I was not able to unmute myself for a few moments.
It's okay.
So this evening, I have a handful of people with me to help me with this presentation. I have Tom Willard from NV5, Carducci and Associates. We have Vince Carducci, Emma, and George Lowe. And we also have Jean Young, who has been helping with the entire organization of our Sustainability Advisory Council. So tonight, we'll break up the presentation into a few sections to give you an opportunity to ask questions after particular sections. So we'll be giving a progress update on where we are with Advisory Council, asking for feedback if we've missed anything, because all of our work is based off the board resolution that was passed back in January. So the breaks will come after the progress update on solar. The board will have the opportunity to ask questions. And then again, after we do our presentation on the greening index, and then again at the very end to ask about overall feedback on the work that we're doing through the Sustainability Advisory Council. So let me present my screen. So of course, all of our work has been grounded in the board resolution that was passed back in January. Also grounded in our strategic plan for the equitable distribution of resources to help support student success. And so the Board of Trustees direction really refreshed our efforts towards sustainability. We have the opportunity to be a leader when it comes to greening initiatives. So we are already doing recycling, composting. We've installed LED lighting as part of our bond program and solar panels, but we know that we can do a lot more. And we want to make a plan to guide us and to help us consistently implement our efforts moving forward. Part of what we wanted to do was also looking at what others are doing and learning from the plans that others have made, so we're not starting from scratch. So when we started looking at what is out there, LAUSD has a Learning Green LAUSD Sustainability Initiative. This initiative has been ongoing for over 10 years. So they've had this plan in place before sustainability became more fashionable. They have a department at over 16 people. They have an in-house architect and engineering teams who also support this effort. They've won multiple awards, including the Green Ribbon District Sustainability National Award by the U.S. Department of Education. When looking at their plan, they divide their plan into 6 main areas, and I'll talk through a little bit about what's in these 6 areas. Energy conservation, of course, reducing energy use, water stewardship, reducing water consumption, education and awareness to educate students, develop partnerships, and celebrate high-performing schools to apply best practices from collaborative high-performance schools or CHIPS, leadership in energy and environmental design or LEAD. Campus ecology, increasing green space, outdoor learning, school gardens, permeable surfaces, and reducing the heat island effect. Emerging technologies, so when appropriate, pilot emerging technologies in schools and partner with industry leaders, utilities, and municipal partners. One of the benefits of program areas is you have consensus on what the programs should be focused on, and also allowing flexibility to execute specific strategies as opportunities and technologies arise. So this could be as we are taking on new projects that we're able to adjust to what opportunities are available instead of pigeonholing us, let's say, into rain barrel reclamation. So their program areas allow them to be more flexible. We also wanted to operationalize the resolution. So the goal is to create a sustainability plan, one of the main goals of the resolution. We believe the goals of the board's resolution can best be met by mirroring aspects of LAUSD's overall program. Each area requested by the board resolution will be incorporated into the plan. So this is looking at those 6 areas again that were outlined in LAUSD's plan, along with the items that were in our board resolution. I'm not going to read through this because I know that the board has had this previously, and I know that we want to keep our presentation moving. We've been very lucky with our task force members. We have a wide range of individuals that represent parents, staff, Canopy, Green Spaces, Mountain View, and Living Classroom. Experiences are wide-ranging as well, including a PhD in energy and resources, EPA, food recovery, PhD in ecology and natural resources, Indigenous communities, graduate degrees in environmental engineering, and parents that are passionate about sustainable food choices. We also have parents who have been actively involved in environmental groups in Mountain View. And I think this wide variety of expertise has given a lot of depth to our discussions and helped guide what we want to focus on. We also have advisors that we'll be working with. Currently, we have Carducci and Associates and Greystone, but as we continue on our path towards creating our sustainability plan, we'll bring in more advisors. This is looking at our proposed meeting schedule and topics to be covered. So these are topics partially driven by member requests and also based on the board resolution, trying to make sure we cover all the areas. An example of when another consultant might join us. So on the consent agenda tonight was a contract for NV5 to help guide us in how we might electrify our fleet. This is our proposal for updating the board on our progress. And now we want to move into an update on solar and solar savings. So Tom, are you able to unmute yourself?
I believe so.
Perfect.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Westover. I'm Tom Willard with NV5. I'm Vice President of our Clean Energy Division here at NV5. I'm sitting in this evening for Katie Kreider, who's our Director of Asset Management. We're going to talk about how the solar PV systems that were installed by ENGIE on 8 of your sites, there are actually 11 total sites, but 8 of those sites were done by February 2022. So this report covers February 2022 through January 2023. Next slide, please. I talked about those 8 sites which are done. The 3 remaining sites that have just been built this year are not in this report because we don't have a full year of information about them. So I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. I know the board's already taken a look at this and had a couple of questions. Stop me if you have questions anywhere. So here's what the project looks like. So phase 1 is the one that we're reporting on tonight, and that's the first 8 sites that were done November 21 to 2022 to January 22, which is when they came up. The total portfolio size of that is 1.125 megawatts. And the first year of production from that was 768,000 kilowatt hours. When we're modeling this, we make some assumptions about what's going to happen with the performance over time. And a main assumption is that these systems will degrade in performance each year. And we're modeling a 5% degradation, which is exactly what's in the performance guarantee from ENGIE. So project cost, $8.9 million. Annual operations and maintenance cost is about $60,000 for the entire phase 1 and phase 2. And we're modeling a 3% annual escalator in O&M cost. Again, that's per the contract. Performance guarantee is 95%. So the modeled number, there's guaranteeing 95% of that, and that's adjusted for weather. So from year to year, day to day, month to month, things change. And the weather does impact the output of these systems. So this is weather adjusted. Lastly, and most importantly about this, the true up. So there's a true up of that 95% guarantee. So it takes the whole portfolio together and then looks at it for every 2 years. So NG has 2 years to make sure that they hit 95%. If they only hit 94% in the first year and they get to 97% and overall they end up with 96, they hit their performance guarantee. So we're in the first year of phase 1, so we haven't gotten to that true up yet. I'll talk a little bit more about that. Next slide, please. Okay, so how did we do this year? So our performance was actually, the production was actually a little bit more, 102% of what we anticipated. We offset 50% of the board's energy or the district's energy consumption. And we have a net savings of $404,000. And that net savings number is derived by actually taking the 15-minute values of energy usage and energy production and running that against what the tariff that the sites would be on if we didn't have solar. So that's a very accurate number. Next slide, please. Okay, I think I can move through these slides pretty quickly. They're sort of graphical representations of the numbers I just talked about. So this shows you how we derived that $404,000. Next slide, please. And this is the same slide, but broken out on a individual site basis. So you can see how each one of those sites is performing. Next slide, please. Okay, this is also performance, but this is energy production versus cost savings. So again, 57% of your energy was offset with solar last year on those 8 sites. Next slide, please. And again, that's broken out on a site-by-site basis. Next slide. All right, so this is one we wanted to show. You can see if you look at the line in here versus the bar graph, that we see that the bar graph is not quite meeting the line through June, July, August, September. And so there's a little bit of soiling that's going on in those months after the rain stop. And so the system isn't performing quite as well as it could. It's not a big deal here. Again, we got more production out of it than we anticipated overall. And you can see in November, October, November, especially when the rains came and cleaned off the panels, everything's back to where it should be. So overall, really good. The system's working quite well. Next slide, please. And this just shows how each one of the sites performed versus the expectation and the difference from the weather adjusted model. Next slide, please. So what is that, all that production and greenhouse gas offset equal? 277 passenger vehicles for 1 year. So cars put out a lot of CO2. So that's an average car running 12,000 miles in the state of California. And that is also the equivalent of offsetting the emissions from 282 average California homes. Okay, next slide. So I'm going to talk about just that bottom part down there, the Vargas Elementary School. And right now, Vargas Elementary School is on the PG&E B1 tariff. So this is a B1 tariff, which is you're actually paying for energy from Silicon Valley Clean Energy. So really, it's really similar. It's identically structured to PG&E's B1 tariff. It's the same thing. So right now, we analyze each one of these systems in this analysis annually, and we look at the various different tariffs that are available for each site. And we found at Vargas that you could actually do a little better if we went to B6. So it's, in theory, it should be available, viable at B6, but, and you could save maybe $2,000 annually. So a little bit of lift out of that. However, right now, the maximum demand has been over 75 kilowatts for more than 3 months out of the year. And that actually may push this to B10, which would reduce the value of solar considerably here. So we're just saying, let's just leave it as it is and see if PG&E really wants to change it. We don't know if they will or not, but as long as it stays on B1, you're actually doing better. So let's keep moving. Next slide. All right, so the performance guarantee. So these systems were bought with bonds and they were designed and installed by ENGIE, and ENGIE is providing the O&M service. So as part of that operations and maintenance service, the ongoing service, which makes sure it works every year and we meet these performance guarantees, ENGIE has this performance guarantee built into that service. And like I mentioned earlier, the performance guarantee true up is every 2 years. So every 2 years, we take a look at it and say, okay, did we meet 95%? We're through the first year. They are, more than meeting it. And so we'll find out next year if there are issues with performance in any way that would drop it down. Then we could get into a performance guarantee issue where they backfill any lost production. So the true up, let's keep going here. So no data issues. Thank you. Right. One thing I should mention is that our contract, MV5 contract for this was for 1 year, and we're through that. So if you would like us to continue to do this analysis and look at this, we could extend our contract. Up to you guys, however you want to play with that. But we could bring in those 3 sites that are coming up and make sure that the performance guarantees are being met, as well as looking over ENGIE's shoulder on that. So any questions?
Trustees, any questions so far?
Mine were answered in the written piece, so thank you.
Sure.
Okay, then we can continue.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to our greening index. So we have Vince Carducci, George Lowe, and Emma here to present. Are you able to unmute?
Hi. Oops, let me turn
Perfect.
my camera on.
And then I'm going to stop sharing and allow George to share. They added a few diagrams. So the trustees have the few diagrams that they added in front of them. And if you're in the audience, it's also at the back.
Okay, good evening, everyone. It's nice to be back. My name is George Lowe, and I am a senior project manager at Carducci Associates. And we're the landscape architects assisting with various aspects of this project. Earlier in the year, we presented a couple times on the Vargas master plan for the greening improvements, and that was approved and is moving through its design iterations. And simultaneous to that, we have been working on the greening standards document, which I'm going to go over briefly this evening. So we have started this process with a pretty extensive review and data collection of what other districts are doing around the country. And there were some great examples here in California, Oakland, Los Angeles, lots of ideas around campus greening and how to create standards and how to evaluate and measure those improvements and the current conditions. And so the format of the document that we have settled on at this point, the document is divided into 4 sections, and this document is still under development. But the first section is introduction. The second section noted here is the green metric and scoring, although we're going to change the sequence of this based on the climate change resolution. The next section is called implementations and green plans. Those are the ideas of what kind of improvements would be realized at these schools. And these are not everything would be applied to every school. It's really based on achieving equitable standards across the various sites of the district. And then what's listed here, section 4, is the green index. which is really a kind of a site analysis of where things stand now. And that includes photos of the sites, which you all are probably very familiar with. So we started this process off by developing a mission statement, which is, for public consumption and input, but where it stands now, the Mountain View Wispin School District schoolyard outdoor learning and greeting standards create a shared vision for the continued enhancement and maintenance of school grounds with the goal of creating natural spaces where students, staff, administration, and community members are comfortable, happy, and engaged. So we're trying to collect a lot of ideas for a lot of people in one sentence. And then more specifically, some of the goals for this project are to support equitable, diverse learning and recreational activities, enhance physical and mental student well-being and happiness, meet district-wide and school-specific goals, and promote and inspire a greater connection to and understanding of our natural world. As you well know, there was the climate change resolution passed, and there were a number of items specifically in the first number one that related to our work and that we were tasked with addressing. Many of those things were kind of in our scope of work already, but the 4 areas listed there are the green index, which we've interpreted to be, or is meaning, a very quantified analysis of certain aspects of the space, such as hardscape versus softscape, shade, planting, etc. The next section, or the next thing listed in that document, is this green metric, and this is a bit more of a nuanced and fleshed out interpretation of those index and what those spaces might actually be in terms of how they're used at the space. So getting more into the design considerations. A green score for each site, which would be a combination of the green index and green metric being applied to each site, and then a green plan. And the green plan is basically the schematic design or the proposed design improvements for each school. So that's how our work aligns with the climate change resolution. And to that extent, we've been engaging, excuse me, with the committee that Rebecca discussed earlier. So just to give you an overview of where we are at this moment, we have this green index, and how we're looking at the green index is that we are doing a very, like I said, very objective, quantified assessment of the school. What's the total square footage of outdoor space? How much of it is softscape versus hardscape? And so we have a percentage for each school. And then of the softscape, how much of that is turf? Because turf is sort of a special idea where it's great for certain purposes, but it's also, we're trying to limit it to places where it's really usable and useful to the community and to the school. And then looking at shade and doing a map of the kinds of shade and where that shade occurs on the school site. So for instance, we're finding that typically the shade is around the perimeter of site and lesser used areas of the campus. So that's the greening index, and we will be doing one of these for each school, and we're well underway towards completing this. The next section is this green metric. The following are a set of categories to measure the performance of outdoor school environments. Together, they encompass the aforementioned mission for outdoor greening and learning at Mountain View Wispin School District. So we've divided our broader assessment of outdoor greening spaces into 4 basic categories, types of things we're trying to achieve. So we're trying to provide physical comfort for students. That might be shade and just comfortable seating areas, things like that. Mental well-being. So we're trying to provide opportunities, especially for kids who maybe want to extract themselves to the more physical play, might be more contemplative in their chosen activities at lunch and recess and after school, want to have a place where they can kind of retreat or look or have quieter moments. And also looking at therapeutic spaces. So talking to the therapy staff at schools, particularly that have special needs populations, and how we can provide spaces that meet their needs. Exploration and discovery. So this is really about creating a sense of wonder in the school, providing seasonal change so that there's, ways for kids to be excited and continually learning about their environment, and engaging with it and playing with it and being excited about it. Outdoor learning. So this is opportunities for staff or teachers to take their kids and learn outside. These might be formal, informal. This is also about living classrooms, engagement with the school campuses, and how we provide environments for those learning opportunities. Operations and sustainability is considering how maintenance, budget, staffing, staff capacity, we don't want to create things that are beyond the capacity of the systems that these spaces are connected to. So, we need to take those into consideration. And finally, student safety and experience. So this is considering things like access, making sure that the places that we're producing that are comfortable and attractive are also in parts of the campuses that are supervised during outdoor times, distinguishing between schools uses so that it's clear who's supposed to be doing what where. And so we have in each one of these categories like a list of 10 specific things that we're looking for at the school, and we will identify, say, yes, this exists or it doesn't exist. And then to the extent that they don't exist, our plans will try to provide those opportunities. And then the last thing in this section is these green plans. So this is the schematic design, and this is the schematic design that was presented to this board and approved for Vargas. And so this is just an example. We haven't gotten to the stage for the other school sites yet, but this is what the final section of this document will look like, is a plan like this for each school. We will be meeting with the school communities over the next several months to get their input, and then we will be presenting their outstanding sites to this board later on this year or early next year. And then just to go touch on this, we had 3 meetings with the committee that Rebecca pulled together. They were great meetings. We met in I think May, June, July, and yes, May, June, and July, and we went over this whole document. This set of documents that you're seeing on the screen. We went over the entirety, most of these things with them, and got their input. I would say that overall it was very positive conversation. People are very excited about the ideas that are, the changes that potentially are coming to these schools. And some of the types of input we got, you can see here, native and diverse plantings and garden types. You have these documents. I won't read everything, but these are the summary of things we heard from them. We've had various ways for them to engage. We have a Moreau board where that document is posted and they have access to it, and they can leave comments or they can review it and email us comments separately. We got a really nice email today from one of the members. So that has been our engagement with the climate change and with the committee to date. Any questions?
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. Trustees, any clarifying questions? Trustee Chang.
Thank you for the presentation. So it's my understanding that Carducci would be helping us develop our green index and our metrics. Since Carducci is a landscape design firm, and many of these parts here are kind of related to facilities or at least outdoor landscaping, will Carducci be helping us develop metrics that are not tied to physical space, but tied to like energy consumption and things like that, that were part of our resolution? Will they, I guess, things are not physical space issues like, water usage, waste numbers. Will Carducci be assisting to make sure that that gets included in our green index?
So we're tackling each area of the resolution separately. Right now, this is the section that Carducci is working on.
Yeah, those overarching goals are certainly, part of our, the way we're approaching our design. So reducing water consumption through the use of native and climate adapted plants, using locally sourced materials as much as possible, using recycled materials, using natural materials, and trying to limit waste. So we have seen the broader list of objectives, and we're certainly keeping them in mind as we go through the design process.
See, Trustee Conley has her hand up.
Thank you, President Berman. I have a couple of questions. My first one is, has the committee or Carducci looked at, when we talk about turf, the first thing that comes to mind for me is forever chemicals. And the last thing I want to do is expose children to heated plastics and rubbers to play on, especially because many of those forever chemicals are endocrine disruptors, and these are growing children. So disrupting their endocrine systems is particularly problematic. Has that been part of the discussion in the committee?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about not using synthetic turf. Is that what you're specifically referring to, or just turf in general, grass, any kind of grass?
Synthetic.
Yeah, no, that definitely came up as a comment in our first meeting, and is our intention to avoid that as much as possible. So we're looking to use other kind of materials in these spaces, and there's already quite a bit of like open turf spaces, as just looking at AMI, the one document, that's not the kind of space we're going to be focusing on providing for these students. We're looking at habitat and more nuanced spaces with boulders and decomposed granite and natural materials that we can bring in. So that's we haven't solidified the goals for each school yet, but that's the general intention across the school sites.
Okay, that's wonderful. And when we, these school sites, I love the work that's been done so far. I'm really excited about it. I should preface by saying, I created a draft of this resolution before I went out on maternity leave, and then the board workshopped it, staff workshopped it, and it passed while I was out. So I kind of think of this as my policy baby that I had at the same time my biological baby was being born. So I'm really excited about it. But, these school sites don't exist as insular little places that are completely not a part of our local environment or ecology. They are connected to the rest of our city, and the neighborhoods that our children live in impact their access to green space. And then also, what's going on with city plans impacts our school sites and the neighborhoods as well. LAUSD has, in their green index, they take into account the access to green space in the neighborhood community. I think they just use a radius probably of about half a mile, but don't quote me. They take into account children's access to green space in calculating that green index and prioritizing school sites for greening. Is that something that the committee is considering?
We haven't yet to this point, but we will take that into account and take a look at overall access to green space within a half mile or a mile, whatever makes sense in the site, because each of the areas typically, as you know, the schools generally have the largest land areas under ownership, and the cities aren't necessarily supplying the open space parks that relate to each neighborhood equally. So we'd like to see how important that is in creating the importance of green index at schools that provide the primary green space for the community and neighborhood surrounding it as well.
No, that would be wonderful, because I'm thinking about like Cuesta Park is a park that's over 4 acres in size, and some of our schools are closer to that park, for example. The city has a calculation that they do based on neighborhoods of open space per resident, and it's acres per resident, and they have goals around acres per resident, and that might really inform how we calculate student access to green space and prioritize the sites.
And community access after school and on weekends. It's critical that we provide that. The school already has a great record of providing that as much as possible.
Absolutely. And then my last question, or kind of along those lines, when we think about schools within the greater context of our city and our local environment and ecology, I know that our city has initiatives around biodiversity that they're looking at, things like green corridors that connect green spaces along roads and sidewalks. And are we looking at how we tie into that biodiversity network and how we could connect, especially at the edges of these schools, how we could connect to green corridors or other work that the city is doing?
We aren't at this time, but we would, I think, accommodate that along with looking at the community-wide amount of open space, because it's about, if there is no open space, but there's opportunities to create corridors, we would recommend that be looked at by the city and make a recommendation that the green school is just one part of an overall green network, that we need to look at improving the city greening as well, so that people can get to green spaces safely along green spaces. So that's a great point, that I think a bigger viewpoint. We wouldn't be doing that work, but we would like to at least initially identify where that's possibility for improvement and connectivity.
And I'm thinking specifically of I know the transportation plan is being reviewed, and active transportation is a topic. So there was a walk that the city transportation department led that started at Mistral Elementary and Castro Elementary School and went down Escuela, up Latham Street, back down Rangsdorf, and then down California. And it was kind of fascinating because Latham Street between Escuela and Rangsdorf, for example, where we have a lot of students coming from that neighborhood walking to Castro and Mistral, doesn't have I forget what the term is, a protected sidewalk, or I don't know if that's right. Sidewalks where there's a buffer of dirt and possibly trees between the sidewalk and the street itself. They don't have plantings along the sidewalk. It's just a little 4 feet concrete path with no shade or anything like that. So if, and that directly impacts students and families coming to the school site. And the city's looking at it right now. So it seems like a really opportune time for us to also participate, if we can, in those discussions.
Absolutely, especially with the school site setting within the city confines, taking an overview, taking not just connectivity, but also looking at safe routes to school. How are they biking? Where are they coming from? That's something that would help us improve the greening index and connecting it safely for the kids not just coming to school, but for the community connection to the green space when it's not being used by the school.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
We'll take a look at that plan.
Okay, well, thank you. Trustees, are there any other clarifying questions? No. Okay, we'll move on to community comments.
Oh, sorry, we still have a little bit more.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Give me just a moment.
Oh, you got it back.
Yep. Okay. A little too fast. So I wanted to talk through some of the exciting new changes in the new year. So incrementally moving towards becoming more sustainable. In child nutrition, we now have share carts. So if the students, as part of the meal, students have to take a certain number of components of the meal in order for us to receive reimbursement. Sometimes the students don't want to eat all portions or components of the meal. So we now have share carts where they can place items that they do not wish to eat. And so far, it's been a big hit. Child nutrition staff, also for the first few days of school, were wearing T-shirts that said "Pick 3" to remind students that they only need to pick 3 out of the 5 items. And so we've actually started to see less waste. We've also started to move towards totally compostable materials. So we're making the switch over now. We're trying to get rid of the last of our spork packets, which is a spork with a napkin and a straw, and moving over towards birchwood. Our sustainability task force actually was very helpful with this because they were able to reach out to their networks to be able to determine if what we were looking at was truly free of toxins and totally compostable, which these items are. There's also the hope that eventually we'll move towards metal cutlery, but that'll be a longer effort because we'll need to install dishwashers, and it also involves having more personnel. We will be ordering new recycle, compost, and trash receptacles at each site, just to give a little bit of context of why we need bigger receptacles like this. With the regular trash cans, our custodians have to lift and bend over and then lift the bag up. And after a full lunch service at a school site, that gets very, very heavy. So this design will allow them to open the cabinet and pull the trash bag out, as opposed to lifting and potentially hurting their back. We also needed larger bins than what was available. So these are the ones that we'll be purchasing for our school sites. To talk through a little bit of what we're doing for next steps, we will reapply for the $175,000 Green Schoolyards CAL FIRE grant. We weren't selected in 2023, but we'll submit an application if it looks like we could be eligible again. We're also working on submitting an application for the Green Ribbon School Award, and then we'll continue to monitor for other opportunities that we have a reasonably chance of being awarded. Just thinking through what the road forward looks like. So becoming a truly sustainable school district takes time, a financial commitment, and is a cultural shift. Students, parents, and staff will have to adjust to the new way of doing things. And sometimes this adjustment won't always be easy. And focusing on effective programs is time consuming because we need to be able to collect the data to be able to assess if our efforts are truly being impactful. We need to have training programs and staff time to implement. So now we're looking for feedback on the overall direction that we're going with the sustainability task force and dividing it up into these 6 broad areas. So looking for board feedback. I'm going to stop the presentation so I'm able to see your faces.
Thank you for the presentation. So now I'll come back to questions. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun earlier. Are there just quick clarifying questions? I have one clarifying question. So I'm so excited to hear that we have the share cart where kids can put their food back if they don't want to. Is that correct, that they put their food back in the cart if they're not interested in taking it? It's my understanding back in my day many years ago that food has to be thrown away and it felt so wasteful. Has something changed that they can now put it in the cart?
Yeah, the types of foods which they can put into the cart, so they need to be packaged food. So we couldn't do like an opened sandwich, for example. So it's like whole fruits, cartons of milk, those types of things that they can put in the share cart.
I'm really glad to hear that because, like I said, we would have auditors come to our cafeteria and they'd have to watch the kids throw everything in the trash. And it really broke my heart to see that because we knew there were other kids that would be excited to eat some of that uneaten food or unopened food. So I'm really glad to hear that we have something like that. Thank you. Okay, so I will move on to members of the public. If you'd like to make a comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
I'm so sorry. I had one more question.
Go ahead.
Now I'm going to worry that I lost my train of thought. Oh, yes. Have we involved students at our school sites in helping to develop this roadmap that we're putting forward? I know we've talked about this wonderful committee of, organizations, parents, community members, but are we actually involving children in the planning of this as well and giving them some agency in the process?
I think that's a great idea. We've had them involved with some of our food discussions and feedback on reducing waste, the food that they prefer. But I think it's a great idea to get student involvement in some of the pieces.
We know from, the county superintendent of schools co-authored a paper on kind of climate response for schools across the state. And the mental health impacts of this are really significant for our young people. So that's why I was asking, are we engaging them so they have agency in improving this within their own community and helping to set our direction?
We'll involve them more. They've had some touch points with child nutrition, also with the greening. When we were doing Vargas's plan, I know that they had feedback into what their priorities were. So we can definitely involve them more each step of the way.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can move on to public comments. If you are a member of the public and you wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, we have one in-person comment and we have two in person and 4 online. So we will give everyone 1 minute. Okay, I've got. So we can give everyone 2 minutes then. Okay, so we can give everyone 2 minutes and we'll begin with our mayor, Ms. Hicks. Mayor Hicks, you may come up. You just have to tap that button to turn on the microphone and we'll set 2 minutes on the timer.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I didn't expect to speak on this item, but I'm thrilled with this entire agenda item and want to commend you for it. But in particular, close to my heart is the parts on schoolyard greening. And I'm happy to see that you have hired Carducci. I've seen their work over the years, and I think you've made a very good choice. The way I think about schoolyards and greening in Silicon Valley is we often talk about the user experience of our screens, and it's very important to us. But we sometimes don't talk, I think, enough about the user experience of real life. And the outcome of that is often, in some ways, we're encouraging our kids to be on screen more and not to be out in real life. So thank you for what you're doing. And I would like to offer that the city, there was some talk while you were doing the presentation of the interface with the school biodiversity plan. And I just want to offer to be helpful and coordinate wherever that would be fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have a second in-person comment. Joan McDonald, you may come up to the microphone.
Thanks. I wasn't expecting to speak about this issue, but I hope that someone in the district has learned that the state has designated a rather large chunk of money to send to school districts to improve the food that they offer and to provide chefs and training so that it's healthier. And so far, I've seen the names of school districts in the southern part of the state, but it's supposed to be statewide.
Thank you so much. We will move on to our online comments. And let's see, we'll begin with, Vivek, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So my comment is about the spend on solar, and there was a comment made that this is from bond money, and I'm assuming this is from the Measure T bond. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. Now, I have 2 pieces of paper in front of me. One is the text of the ballot question that was put for Measure T, and the second is a printout from your website, which shows how Measure T funds have been spent. The words on the ballot question talks about modern classrooms, art science labs, constructing classrooms. And then I have the printout from your website, which has on what it was actually spent. So there is a lot on, things like safety and I guess including solar, and I don't know how that's connected to safety, and on other things. So and looking at how much we've spent. From memory, like the person who presented talked about an $8 million spend for the solar build out, and a saving of about 400K per year. Now, if my math is correct, it will take about 20 years for us to get out of the red on what we have spent on solar, by which time most likely those solar panels would be obsolete. So the claim that I'm making is that the district has been fiscally irresponsible with the Measure P funds, and also has done a bait and switch on what was on the ballot question and how the Measure P funds have been spent. Thank you.
Okay, those were all the, oh, I have one more comment over Zoom. Phone number ending in 76. You may unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Steve Nelson. I want to talk about, and I've also sent you something on some of the things I think you need to do is have a permeable hardscape mandate. Don't leave it up to the architects, the project managers, or site administrators to decide to do this. You have seen how black, solid, cheap asphalt traps heat. It's called the heat island effect. Cupertino City and Mid-Peninsula Open Space have actively used permeable concrete for parking lots and handicap walkways. In Phoenix, the U.S. Department of Energy has done research on this topic over 2 decades, and it also helps storm runoff. So ask Cupertino and Mid-Penn facilities managers how they do this. The other thing is passive solar calculations really need to be required for all facilities contractors. Require architects to do these standardized design reports and optimizations. Otherwise, I think we'll end up with a lot more super hot doors, windows that let too much heat in during the hottest part of the year, walls that fry kids' lunches in their backpacks. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to move on to final comments from the trustees. Trustees, if you don't mind, I'm just going to jump in quickly, and if we can be maybe brief, since we have one more big topic. So, first of all, I'd like to thank our volunteers on the Environmental Sustainability Advisory Council for engaging with us and lending their expertise. I'm just really impressed with all of the volunteers we have helping us with this big lift. I'm really excited about it. I like the idea of marrying the LA model and adding the pieces in from our resolution. On slide 58, it said new habits and change can be time consuming and difficult to adjust. I will say that I think, we have to adjust to these new habits in order to have a green school, a green community, and be more mindful of the environment. So I think it's great to have these new habits happening at our school sites. It'll be a good example for our community to follow. And there was, I think Trustee Vice President Conley mentioned looking at the green index and consider the green space available in the neighborhood. I agree with that. And yes, these are ambitious goals, and I hope that we can achieve them over time. Yes, Trustee Chang.
Really excited that we're going to be having green scores for our schools. What we measure, we pay attention to. But when I go back to our resolution, we said we were seeking a green index and score to green our schools. I urge the board and our staff and the volunteer council to the environmental council that we put together to not take it so literally as in just physical greening, but also just greening our schools. In my mind, includes reducing waste, reducing water consumption. In addition to shade cover, like yes to shade cover, yes to more green. But green to me means like ecologically green. It was a climate change resolution that we were all proud to pass. So I worry if we only focus on landscaping, then what we do is we only get solutions about building more things. So it's like, yes, we need to do more landscaping to our campuses to make it green, but there's staff and student behavior that's at the core to our carbon footprint that we should also be measuring our score. Thank you.
Okay, any other final comments? Yes.
I was just going to say, I really liked what I heard. I'm excited by the progress. Keep up the good work. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Trustee Lambert.
Sure. This is the beginning of a project. It sounds like a long multi-year project where school district's going to be putting a lot of time and effort into this. As this project evolves, I would really like the task force and I guess everyone involved to look for every opportunity to include student education in this. The best stewards we're going to be toward our environment is to end up training the next generation of scientists, engineers, programmers, journalists, writers, historians, and artists. And I would like to see the district use this greening effort as a vehicle to sort of integrate, get the kids involved, get them integrated, start teaching them about chemistry and physics, materials science, programming, all these great things in the context of what we're doing as sort of adults for greening. So I'd encourage us to all sort of keep education, childhood education at the forefront of our thinking. Thank you.
Yes, great. Yes, Vice President Conley.
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues, and I really appreciate the presentation tonight as well as the work of the committee. I also think, what better project-based learning could we have than revamping school spaces across our district, taking into account all of the different ways in which our schools impact the environment. It is a dream for classroom curriculum to be able to have something so hands-on and seemingly immediate for students to engage in that's also meaningful to them and gives them the opportunity to support their own community, to support their own future, and to improve Mountain View. So I'm thrilled about this work, and I look forward to what happens next.
Okay, well, thank you so much for those presentations. Okay, we're going to move on to our final item under review and discussion, which is Montaloma fencing choice.
President Bergman, process question. So we have 60 minutes left. The presentation for this is 60 slides. A lot of it's the historical process to this. I think I worry about time for public input.
Absolutely.
Can we give direction to staff to?
I guarantee you, I'm gonna probably 40 something, maybe 50 sort of slides. We'll get to the main point real quick.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. So before I jump, and I am going to skip past a lot of the historical stuff, so I just want to point that out. But I want to highlight a couple points that I think are really important, and that sort of help frame this conversation. So it's possible that at some point, and we've received emails, we've received letters, we've heard from individuals who talk about signs changing or cones being left out, safety, right? All these are distractions from what the real issue is. And the real issue is that COVID reiterated our desire to be outside. And it highlighted not only the urgency of keeping kids safe, but it also highlighted the urgency to make sure that we had places where people could commune and meet together. And I think that's really important. And I think anytime that we start to hear conversations about whose sign or whose park or whose field or who left the cones out or any of those types of things, it distracts from the real conversation, which is within our community, there is a conversation going around about open space. and how I have access to it and the benefits that come with it. So that's the first point. The second point is that our views are shaped by where we live. I live in a part of the community that has 3 parks in less than a 1/10 of a mile. Each park being distinctive, one just being opened. The other 2 have been there for quite some time. And so that shapes my perspective. And I think if I was to live near Quested Park, I would have a different perspective. And so I need to acknowledge, and I've said this multiple times, but I will say it again. I did not fully, and nor did our staff fully understand the plight of Montaloma. Had we, and I even pulled up a map and looked at Montaloma again, but had we understood that there's only 2 parks for the whole community, and technically one of them is a school field, that we probably would have treaded differently. We would have approached this problem differently. And for that, I truly need to apologize. So, but to be clear, there are haves and have-nots within our community that exist everywhere. And as long as we argue about who has and who doesn't, we're ignoring the fact. Because while we're talking about Montaloma, the densest area in our community only has, and unless you argue that Reinsdorf is part of their central area, only has a school field for their open space. And no one is representing that population right now. So our arguments about what's being taken away, what isn't being taken away, obfuscates the real issue here, which is that part of the reason why I moved to California is that there is something special about being outside and enjoying the environment. I made a whole list of places to go with Eli, predicated on the fact that we do not get out enough, because I lived in a community and I grew up in an area where 9 months the sun did not shine. So when we think about seasonal affective disorder or SAD, it is completely different on the East Coast. The third point that I need to highlight, and this is a sensitive part for me, so I just want to point that out there. Not once has a trustee, a staff member, a principal, or myself ever said that we were going to restrict access. Not once. In fact, I think we went above and beyond the call of duty to make sure that in the future, regardless of whether there's a joint use agreement or not, that access will always be maintained. We could easily rent out Vargas, which has a synthetic field, and we can make money off of that field. But there are hundreds of people every night, adults, who go play soccer on that field. And the reason why the adults can play soccer on the field, and no one argues that kids are lacking access, is because a 1/10 of a mile away, there's a beautiful park that kids can play in with a full court basketball court. And I know this because I'm frequently told that we need to go out and practice over there with my son. But I need to point out that this argument that continues to be reiterated, and our meetings are filmed, there's never been a point where any of us have said that we're going to restrict access. But somehow, some way, that's been lost. And it's upsetting, because ultimately, I firmly believe that every government agency that exists within Mountain View, MVLA, the city, as well as MVWSD, has a responsibility to the public. At the same time, the school districts also have a responsibility to our teachers and our staff, and they have a responsibility to our kids. And as a father, I want my son to come home. So I need him to be safe. But I also want to know that if I go to Crittenden to go running, that after hours I'm welcomed. And so over the last 3 years, and I agree with you, Trustee Chang, on this one, and I've said this, we've wasted a lot of time and energy and money on something that we probably could have solved, but we needed this experience to make us realize that the real issue here is the lack of open space and that everybody has a role to play in it. So what's our role? We're responsible for the overall site, its improvements, its changes. What's the city's role? Well, they have a joint use agreement with us. They've had it for quite some time. You will hear people talk about how wonderful it is. But the joint use is so that they can rent out fields and count open space, which is great. But if the joint use didn't agree, personally, people would still have access. Because I've shared this with other people. I grew up in an apartment complex right next to a park. And I slid under the fence every day because it's the fastest way to get to the park. And I didn't play on the tennis courts because we didn't know anything about tennis. But I played basketball, I went to the pool, and I got on the slides, all stuff that probably isn't safe now. But when I was a kid, that was the dream. And it was my babysitter during the summertime. So it's important for my son and other kids to have that. So with that said, I'm going to urge everybody to take a step back from the high horse, including myself, and for all of us to recognize that we're all fighting for the exact same thing, which is access to open space. And we're all, I've yet to meet, regardless of what your stance is on fencing, I have yet to hear a parent say, or a resident who doesn't have kids, or a senior citizen say that they do not want kids to be safe. And we went through a privilege exercise, the leadership team. And, Ms. Pullman presented to us, and privilege is recognizing who you are. I am 6'3", over 250 pounds, but I'm working on that part. And I'm a Black man. I command a serious amount of presence. I have been trained in Kung Fu. My safety is not something that ever comes into question in any dark alley whatsoever. I run at night not fearing much, except for getting hit, and I wear enough protective gear. That's my only concern when I go out at night. But I cannot say that for the teachers that are at Montaloma, because I do not walk in their shoes. And I cannot say that for anybody else, or for my son, who at times still wants to have the light on. So my privilege allows me to look at this in a different way. But with that said, I'm going to quote what I said before. Compromise is about having balance. So I'm going to skip through a lot of slides because a lot of work has taken place. That was my moment to save my thoughts. But compromise is, I don't expect anyone to be happy with the solution. But the board requested for us to bring back recommendations so that they could deliberate as a body. And that was a great point that you brought up at the end of the year. And it is true, you have not really had the opportunity to deliberate. So I'm going to give you 3 options. They all have their pluses, they all have their minuses. Somebody's going to bring up fences, somebody's going to bring up signs, somebody's going to bring up the joint use agreement. I don't really care about that. What I care about is finding what is the balance, that the teachers at Montaloma feel safe, that the kids who even wrote letters feel safe, and that the community who lacks open space has the ability to have access to open space. And for teachers to have a choice that if they want to take their kids out to the yard in a protected area, that they have the opportunity to do it. And if they choose to take their kids out into the field, I know I said yard, but y'all stay with me, that if they take their kids out to the field and they don't have a fence, that they're comfortable there. That is the choice that everybody deserves. So these recommendations And they're all different, all have their values. But I wish and I hope and I pray that we will move past the emotional argument of these little things that are dividing us and focus on the larger conversation, which is no one wants us to be like New York City or Tokyo, or when I was in China, Shanghai, or Beijing, where there's a lack of open space. People will expect that in Mountain View, and we need to honor that. So I hope and I pray that this solution honors as much as I can everybody's vision or hopes. So with that said, I apologize, but I'm going to skip past a whole bunch of slides. And I'm going to get to the main point. Solutions. Here we go. I promise you I'll do it. There it is. You can debate with me all the other stuff later on. It's really inconsequential to what's really at foot, which is how can we make teachers feel safe and still grant access in each one of these designs. And thank you, Carducci, for setting this up. Each one of these designs create that. But to be honest, there are pluses and minuses to each one. And this is a fluid plan. So part of the reason why we're bringing this back to you is that we can always adjust, but we have to address both needs. So option one and preserves the most amount of open space. And thank you to the Little League when I spoke with them for agreeing to add some extra gates so that if a teacher wishes to take their kids out to a protected area, that the Little League baseball field is the area that is protected. It does require for us to fence it in. These fences will match in terms of height, so they're not going to be the 6 feet high ones. We will close off, and there's actually a couple other areas. Thank you to the community member who I walked with, who pointed out there are some gaps that we need to bring back, and we will when we bring the final recommendation, that there are gaps, and you probably can't see the cursor, so there are gaps at the back of the school, and there's a gap at the front of the school that we need to address. And there's even a fence near the living classroom that once these other fences come down, we will take that fence down because it closes off the campus. It is overgrown. It is an eyesore, and this will help to open it up. And who knows, maybe it will encourage the expansion of the living classroom. So this is option one. This is actually, I'm not saying that this is the best of all options, but to me, this is the best compromise. And this is the one that I personally recommend to the board in some type of iteration. It balances the needs of everybody. And it allows for the community to still have access. We'll add some more gates. We can move some fences some places. And we have Vince here who can talk about the pros and cons. I know there were some questions about ADA access and stuff, but that's my recommendation. Recommendation two, again, preserves the soccer field. I know you cannot see the soccer field on there. There are little lines, they're very faint, but they are in there. So option two preserves the soccer field. And again, what it does is it creates more green space that is sort of protected for teachers. And it still allows for the multi-use of the field by the community during the day. And if a teacher wishes to walk outside of that area because they want more space or they want to do a larger event, it still allows that. But in the event that they do not feel safe, they still have a place where they can go. The last one is option three. This also preserves the soccer field. The only difference is that the soccer field is on the inside of the fence instead of the outside of the fence. So in each one of these options, I heard it loud and clear from the sports leagues. And thank you to Vince and his team for working on this. we made sure that Little League sports, something that I was fortunate to play in, baseball, not soccer or football, was preserved. So all of these preserve it. However, this carves out the most space for teachers and staff during the day. And I think there's a larger conversation that if Montaloma was at its full capacity with 700 something kids, this will probably be the best option. And that is one of the downfalls of this plan, is that we are looking at Montaloma as a school of 300 or really 200 and something kids, as opposed to a school of 700. But that's a conversation for another day. And the beauty of it is the fence. We can always pull a pole up and move it if we need to. And besides that, we've talked about the need to redevelop Montaloma anyway. So in theory, anything can be changed at any point when we decide on what the future looks like. And I do want to point this out real quick, because I know that this is also part of the argument. We knew, and with the SAATF, that Montaloma's enrollment would drop. We talked about this. We highlighted this. It was clear. We knew that when we changed the boundaries that it would have an impact. It is unfair to point to Montaloma and to point to people who choose not to go to Montaloma, that the reason why is because of the fencing or because of the interactions, because that is not the case. Montaloma, before the boundary shifted, had more kids assigned to it from outside of the boundaries than any other school. They also have the largest military population, which supports the school and probably helps to keep the numbers where they are, because without them, it would be even less. The issue with Montaloma is something that's deeper than this, the same, and I will argue that the issue with Therakoff and this enrollment is deeper than anything else that we've done. And this is historical. So I just hope that we don't focus in on Montaloma. And I will say this, as we discuss boundaries, we need to solve that problem. We need to figure out how to bring people back. The last part of this is there are tons of dates and options, right? It just really depends on the style. I think Vince and his team are open to whatever option we sort of choose, but we want to point these out, that these are different types of fences that we use. Depending on where we are, most of our fences that are front facing are ornate. Most of the ones that are around the perimeter that you never see are actually chain link. And some of these fences, and to be honest, I know we talk about fences, but technically all but one area of Montaloma's field is fenced off, the front. And had we just put a fence on the front, technically the whole thing would have been closed in. But I digress. The point is, there are fences out there just like they were every place else. But we're not trying to keep anybody out, and let me take that back. We're not trying to keep anybody out after hours. What we are trying to do is make sure that our kids are safe during hours. So option one is sort of an example. How can we welcome people? They sort of hand-drawn what it would look like if we created an opening over to the field. If you look at option two, this is another option, sort of example of what the gate would look like in terms of how we could welcome people. And then if we look at option three, we would move the gate depending on how much is being fenced off. Also, which is important, I mean, these are pennies when you're in the $500,000, so I just need to point that out. But the cheapest option is technically option one. It uses the least amount of fence, right? But when you're squabbling over $50,000 and you're at a $500,000 budget, it's technically, as Dr. Clark used to say, budget dust. So what's the last thing I'll just point out? So what's our outreach? We've sent direct mailers out to everyone within the community, regardless. I know normally, sometimes we used to do sort of a quarter of a mile or 700 feet or something like that. We send it out to everyone. We've asked for Ms. Lee to talk with Montaloma staff. I've talked with them. I've heard their thoughts. But we want to, I know they have their favorite recommendation, which is different than mine. I respect that, but we do respect their opinions too. We've sent it out to the listservs. We've sent it out to the city. And so what we will do is we get input today. We will have a community meeting on the 24th. I will see after an MVF fundraiser, I will see people at the ice cream social on the 27th. I have availed myself to meet with any community member who wants to walk the campus or talk after hours or on the weekend. So I have done that. And people can also email comments to ML Open Space by August 24th. And we will bring back a final recommendation to the board. But I just hope and pray that we focus in on the real conversation, which is how do we address both needs? How do we make kids feel safe? How do we make staff feel safe? And how do we make sure that the community still has access? And to reiterate my point, even if there is a fence, the swings are still available after hours. So nothing will change. You will not feel a difference at any point on any of our sites, and especially not at Montaloma. Thank you.
So can I just clarify? So for today, for trustee questions, ultimately, you're not looking for trustees to say this is the one I like. Today, we're just sort of going through what the process is, correct?
You're more than welcome to say what your favorite design is. That's happened many times before with multiple trustees. So that you're more than welcome to say that. But if you feel like, hey, I'll save my vote and surprise everybody on the 7th, that's within your prerogative too. But I think if you have ideas or you have questions or you need to know something else, we're here to avail ourselves. We will take feedback on how we can make this work and how we can adjust. Again, like if a fence is on one side of a tree or on a different side of the tree, that can be taken into account. But we're looking for your feedback so that we can bring back what I hope is the best middle ground that we can find.
Clarifying questions, Trustee Blakely.
With any of the options, I'm wondering whether it would be possible to have gates on the edges of the Little League field that sort of are automatically open on the weekends, because both my boys played Little League and all the little brothers and sisters often would bring their bikes or their trikes and just bike around the Little League field. And so they're too little to open up gates, a lot of the kids. So if it was possible to have gates that were just automatically open, that's cool.
We can add the gates, and all of our locks that are being installed are put on timers. And then we even have a phone number that in the event that there is a malfunction, either someone can unlock it remotely or someone will come out and physically open it.
But I'm just thinking that we left physically open during the weekends or, after hours, because otherwise the little kids can't get off their bike and push the gate open and all.
We can definitely look into that. I don't want to commit. And, so if I was to go back and look at the slide, I think there's been a lot of hard feelings about the cones, and the cones started out as a pilot. One organization was supposed to take them out. Another organization was supposed to take them in. They were left out all summer. And that created quite a stir. So I need to touch base with Director Perrone to see if this is possible. We can do our best, but I don't want to, at this point, commit just because I don't know if somebody's going to remember. But I promise I'll look into it. And if not, they will have the automatic locks. And to be honest, I've seen, we've talked about catches. There are tons of areas, including on this campus, where the gates are left open on the weekend because somebody's propped them open or tied them, and then staff just comes by and takes it off right afterwards. So we can figure out something.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Could we put up the option 1 on the board, slide 48? A question about the fencing that goes on the northern part. Why does it not run along slide 48? It's option 1. There. Thank you. Can you explain why the pink fence goes along the grass versus kind of following the asphalt and kind of hugging the sandbox. So like, so what's the kind of the rationale for that, to flip it up? You know what I'm talking about here? Like that, can you walk me through that?
I'll turn it over to Vince and Greg.
And briefly,
So,
please. Yeah.
Thank you, Ayunde. So, Board Chair Chang, the reason that the fence is located outside of the tree area, which is as a walkway along the classroom, is because that classroom is a special ed classroom and kindergarten classroom. And the kindergarten classroom and the special ed kids go out there regularly to sit on the grass, look at the birds, feel nature, get exposed to nature, and they're not safe. They don't feel safe doing that because it's not fenced in. It doesn't take the shade away from the grass. It opens the majority of the grass area up for community use all day, every day. And the area of grass area that is north of that does not hug the asphalt because the kids overplay. The asphalt area is not large enough for even the population that's existing at the school right now. And there's no green space for the smaller children to be confined. And when a gym teacher goes out there, they need to be able to keep an eye on the children. So the kindergarten area is fenced in, the play area. But when the first and second graders get out there, they don't want to mix up necessarily with the older kids that have a different type of athletic game that they play. So they put cones out and they play games on that grass area. So we try to take the minimum amount of grass to be fenced in so that the children had a green space to play on. So that was the red fence and why it is located where it is.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And my last question is just a yes and no question. And we've been presented about wanting to make sure kids and teachers feel safe. At any point in the last 3 years, has it been presented to the community and teachers? Like, there's been a lot of research being reported this year. New York Times did a whole report on school safety facilities and how it was interesting. 2018, only half the schools in the country were closed perimeter. Now it's 2/3. Yet, like, school intrusions haven't gone down, and that now is from the National Center for School Safety. University of New Mexico this year did a meta-analysis and said there's no evidence that these kind of things, facilities, wall cameras, and fences have reduced school shootings. I mean, Uvalde, they had a 5-foot security fence and security cameras. They didn't stop it there. So I'm just wondering, as we're talking about creating a sense of feeling, which is important, I think people can't function and learn if they don't feel safe, and helping kids and teachers feel safe. Have we presented that there actually isn't research evidence presenting that these things will provide any tangible safety?
So earlier, a couple of years ago, Department of Homeland, as well as the FBI, talked about safety. When it comes to shootings, it is about a matter of seconds. So anything you can do to create more time in order to create access is just important. And so when we looked at, and it's been a couple of years since I presented on this, when you look at most shootings happen within a very short amount of time, and that time is the critical amount of time for a teacher to get from point A to point B. And so, yes, will a fence stop anybody? No. An interior school where everybody's inside, we saw this in Nashville, same thing happened. But what you're looking for are matters of seconds that you can create safety. And that is what the FBI, as well as the Department of Homeland Security, recommend. And so that's sort of where we fall in this regard. It's just seconds that we're trying to create, not, complete safety.
Yes, Vice President Conley.
Thank you. So something that I did not understand until tonight, looking at the slides, was that there was going to be a difference in the height of the chain link fence versus the ornamental fence, and that the fencing around the Little League would remain at, I think it's maybe 3 feet.
4 feet.
4 feet. And, I'm curious about, from the teacher, student, parent perspective, if that still feels safe. And, you know, I agree with what Trustee Chang pointed out. Like, we know that if there is a determined shooter, they will get onto a campus, regardless of what we do, that it's very hard unless we, you know, encased ourselves in stone. But as a former teacher, I have been through school lockdowns multiple times. And I have had my child in this school district go through school lockdowns when there's a domestic incident in a neighborhood and somebody is running and they might have a weapon, or there's an altercation with police that somebody tries to escape from. And I have had people run through the open campus I was on while I squished my kindergarten babies into the bathroom and the classroom and covered the windows and hoped that nobody would notice us. So a 6-foot fence is a deterrent to jumping over. If somebody is thinking in, you know, not a very, it's not like a pre-planned thing, but if it's a spur of the moment thing, somebody who's fleeing or running from a scene is not going to try and climb the 6-foot fence. They're going to run through whatever avenues are open and easiest to get into. And so I'm slightly concerned about this 4-foot fence, and I'd love to hear more about that.
I think this is something that as we collect feedback, we can definitely gather that. And when we come back on the 7th, we can bring you sort of a final verdict. I think what we were trying to go to was aesthetically, you already have a small fence, and we were trying to take into account the Little League's needs. But also this area isn't always used. And so the red was the more essential area. And this was sort of the, when you go outside and you need larger green space to play, this was sort of the acceptable thing. But let us collect some feedback, and then we can come back with some recommendations.
Okay.
We haven't engaged the staff on that conversation.
I kind of imagine the Little League field is where like the PE teacher might take kids, because it's a big space. But even maybe it's not like the whole little pie piece, but it's like that outer perimeter. Would it need to be that, or would it be the inner, would one of those sections be taller?
Yeah, in theory, the PE teachers actually uses pretty much the whole campus. They use the big field as well as the Little League field and the blacktop. But let us collect feedback. I think this is this is part of the reason why we brought this to you, so that we can adjust whichever way we need to. But I think having staffs weigh in is important on this one. And we'll touch base with the Little League team too, also to see what type of impediments it may create.
And I'd like to point out one of the observations on this particular scheme. I'm excited to have the public on the other side of the fence. I think eyes on the area is a greatest deterrent to crime and problems. And because with neighbors and users in the open space during school hours, it gives us a sense of security and definition by the very nature that this is their open space and they're going to protect it. And they won't want to see if anyone comes in there wandering out that might wander into the school, they'd notice and act appropriately to protect not only themselves, but the school's children as well. So it's a good marriage of security.
I think you just answered my question. I just want to confirm for everyone that, if we went with this option 1, then that red fence that's there, the field is pretty much open. That would be accessible. That whole space would be accessible to the public during
Always.
the daytime.
All day, every day.
Monday through Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what we've really heard from the neighborhood, and we didn't hear as much from the school, but we're trying to create a compromise that works to the benefit of all.
Trustee Chang.
Just to confirm, because I think it's an important point. So you're saying option 1 is saying that on the other side of the pink line is not restricted to the 7:30 to 4 o'clock?
No,
Okay,
that's
so
correct.
That's important to hear.
People generally, we did a lot of research and outreach with this community and the school, And we feel very confident that we're trying to provide the most commonly used areas by the neighborhoods where they
Okay,
have their children playing in the tot lot. They run across into the lawn. We don't want to stop that with a fence. We want to provide that openness.
We have one, I'm sorry to cut you off. We have one more trustee question.
I have no questions.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
have comments.
We will get to comments in a moment. So when I get to public comments, do you have a quick clarifying question?
Very quick. There's the back entrance at the north or at the top of this slide. It's not ADA compliant. It was grandfathered in at some sort of easement, but there's no path that actually connects to it. You can kind of walk on the concrete outside of the playground over there, and then you have to walk through the dirt to reconnect to the path. Is that something that we could consider like cleaning up once we put in the fence, that we clean up that there's a path along the outside?
The city, to their credit, actually paved that area. I was just out there on Tuesday. So, but what I would say, and I've mentioned this to Dr. Westover when we were out at the site, what we're going to try to do is carve off a piece of that sort of peak in the triangle, because there was some valid comments that were made about if I'm a senior citizen or if I'm walking the trail and a dog is there, there's very little space in that area. And then there's also some bushes that have fallen that we need to cut. It's actually a tree. We need to cut that back. And I think that will give it a wider feel. But there is now a pathway. I think it was a year or year and a half ago that was put back there.
Okay, so now we can get to our public comments. If you're a member of the public on Zoom, you can raise your hand in Zoom, and we have a couple of comment cards. Dr. Rudolph, how many in-person comments do we have?
Sorry. I have 1, 2. They're coming. So it looks like we have 3 in person, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're at 10.
Okay, so we are going to give everyone 1 minute. We'll begin with our, okay. Well, unfortunately, we're gonna give everyone 1 minute. We have 3 people who are in person. Dr. Rudolph, I'll have you call names up.
Okay, first we have Sarah Stacy. And then after that, Audrey Seymour Ramberg and I'll text Shelley while she's talking to find out. I think at least when I switched over, Trisha Lee was the last one, but we'll look.
Okay, there are 7. Yeah, there are 8. I think we have already taken all the hands that we will be calling up, and we will call your hand up if you're on Zoom in just a moment. First, we're going to go through our public comments here in person.
Okay. So it's Sarah Stacy, then after that, Audrey Ramberg, and then after that, Mayor Hicks.
Okay, I'm a veteran teacher from Montaloma, and I'm here to present a letter representing several staff members regarding the fencing. So, dear Board of Trustees, as a Montaloma staff, we would like to express our gratitude for your dedication to seeking a suitable boundary option that addresses both the safety needs of our school and the accessibility needs of our community members. I'm going to skip a little bit. When considering the perimeter control options in tonight's presentation, we would like to advocate for option 3. This option best balances the needs of our school and our community to access green space. Our field space serves as a versatile and crucial asset, supporting physical education activities, fundraising events like our annual walkathon, recess play, end of the year celebrations, and more. This year, we welcome 2 new TK classes, and as our school expands, the grass space is going to become even more crucial to our campus. As you have seen evidence in the campus access logs, we have had many incidences of hostile interactions with individuals, and several of these have directly impacted our students and their safety. Opting for option 3 would enable us to continue utilizing the space while upholding the safety of our students within our school boundaries. Our LCAP survey results showed that we need to make improvements in supporting students with feeling safe at school. Many of our students have made comments or written letters about how interactions with strangers on campus have made them feel worried and unsafe. The enhanced security around our campus.
All right. That's okay. Next person. You did the order, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the board. I am here to comment not so much about fences or signs on their face, but really how they, as changes to the open space, reflect on the collaboration between our two agencies and the status of the joint use agreement. We very much believe that the joint use agreement in the past for 60 years has been an effective way to work through when there are these kinds of changes, when there needs to be a balance between community needs and school needs. And we're just unclear about what the status of the school district's interest is in continuing the discussions about the joint use agreement. We've been told that that needs to be on pause. And we're seeing the actions around signs in a way that didn't include city input. And we just would really appreciate some clarity on whether or not you want to resume discussions about the joint use agreement. And if it's not an arrangement that's working, then we would need to look at what the options are. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more in person. Mayor Hicks.
Hi again. I'm happy to say that I've received several very strong messages from formerly unhappy residents who were very pleased with the first option. That said, I'm sure you've gotten a lot of feedback, a lot of email yourself, so I probably don't have to go over that. I just then wanted to underline what Audrey had just said, that of course the community wants quality schools, open space, housing, environmental sustainability, and of course they expect us to work together towards those goals, and that the joint use agreement is what we've used over the past 60 years to work together. And I would like to continue to do that and continue to use it to help work out, all the fine details of sharing those spaces. Thank you.
Okay, those were all the in-person comments. We'll move on to comments online. If you're the phone number ending in 76, you may unmute yourself and you have 1 minute.
And I'm Stephen Nelson. Option 1, the right curve fence, would unfortunately cut off the multi-use field from students during the day. Please think about and choose a left curve fence. A left curve fence would be protecting the students only during the school day. You could have lots, like 3 large opening gates. This left shifted fence inside the tree line gives about 1.3 acres or up to 1.3 acres of school time protected open field. I was a substitute teacher in most of the elementary schools before I was on the school board. Having kids run around with a protective fence allows long distance runs and recess lunch field sports. Pick up emotional learning soccer, for example. Castro PE couldn't safely use its field without a constraining fence on that side street. It's PE, recess, and lunch safety for students, besides the thing.
Thank you. I encourage you to share the rest of your comments with the board over email. And we'll move on to our next speaker, listed as JR on Zoom. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Jill Rakestraw, former Mauna Loma Neighborhood Association president, and also Mauna Loma Elementary Site Council member. As the community member who had the suggestions mentioned by Dr. Rudolph, I'm glad that they were listened to and accepted. Unfortunately, we went through all this 2 years ago when I first put forward what would have been a satisfactory plan. And now we have spent all this time on this theater of security. And I'm just disappointed that the Mauna Loma neighborhood has not been respected tonight, and you've made us wait hours to even express our point of view. Yes, one is the right option, but
Okay, I'm sorry, we're just out of time for that comment. We'll move on to Evan. On Zoom, you may unmute yourself and you can begin sharing your comment.
Thank you. My name is Evan. I've lived in Mauna Loma neighborhood for just over a year now. And I've learned this fencing issue is quite the hot button issue. So I hope nobody finds my comments offensive tonight. With a fresh set of eyes on the issue and weighing opinions of the community I've read online, I think solution one is the best option. And thank you for sharing the additional clarity tonight regarding access, regarding public access outside the fence. Access outside the fence will be available outside of school hours. I think that's an important piece of information that's been confusing for folks as I've read comments and discussion on Nextdoor. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Omar Hernandez. Leon, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a staff member at Mauna Loma Elementary, and I would like to briefly touch up on student how they view this topic. My main role is to work with them and listen to them, and this has definitely impacted them in more like in a defensive mode. They don't see their playtime as enjoyable anymore. They look around and they focus on intruders, and they don't take the time to really enjoy the space as it was intended. I do appreciate the options that were provided. As my colleague mentioned, we see the most use for us and our activities for option 3, as we use a lot of different activities and things like that. And the kids generally use that space more than the baseball field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Zoe Zaworski. You may unmute yourself.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Zoe Zaworski. I'm a Mauna Loma Elementary School alumni and a lifetime resident of Mauna Loma. I have many fond memories at Mauna Loma Park, most profoundly at being a space for community. I want to congratulate the district and the board on reaching towards an agreement on shared field space. I think that continued communication with the city, different park committees, district, and neighbors works better to build community, resolve security concerns, and strengthens the district than any fence ever can. Given what's been shared, I would say option 1 is the best option, but I also am confused why it's actually closer to 3 years. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, next is JC Montaloma. JC Montaloma, you can unmute yourself. Oh, they did. Oh.
Can you hear me?
JC Montaloma, we cannot hear you. Okay, you're now muted. Can you try unmuting yourself again, JC Montaloma? Okay, JC Montaloma, I'll come back to you. We'll move on to Principal Tricia Lee.
Good evening. I am Principal Tricia Lee from Montaloma Elementary School, and I'm going to provide an email of this truncated version. I appreciate the previous presentation and discussion on increasing green space in the community, and I'd like to speak candidly about the green space that is part of the Montaloma School campus and my staff's inability to safely utilize the entire school space during school hours for our programs. When the LCAP survey results were discussed in the spring by the board, there was a focus on bullying However, missing from the discussion was consideration for other safety concerns. Student letters to Dr. Rudolph and the board in the spring are evidence that Montaloma students are concerned for their safety. Skipping down, we are the only school in our district without perimeter controls. The increased security is not just about dangers coming onto campus, but also an increased ability to ensure the safety of our students who elope from our learning spaces. The data shows from the posted logs how often teachers and staff are required to stop their work to address community members. The data shows from the LCAP survey and safety audits that Montaloma Elementary School is not able to maintain. Sorry. Okay, I'll email it to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Jessica Rodriguez is our last one. Is this Mrs. Rodriguez from Montaloma?
Yes, I teach third grade at Montaloma, Jessica Rodriguez.
Also teacher of the year last year. Congratulations.
I was teacher of the year last year. Yes, thank you. I am continuing Sarah Stacy's letter reading. So notably, option 3 offers a boundary configuration that grants our community full daily access to the tot lot, playground, the nearby green space in front, and the walking path. This accommodates families with young children, individuals exercising, and those walking their dogs, enhancing the appeal of our campus as a communal gathering space. While we acknowledge that option 1 does offer access to the baseball field, it's essential to consider the practical limitations that weather conditions and maintenance requirements impose on its usability. Additionally, option 1 falls short in providing the open space necessary for various school events and ensuring a safe play environment for our students during recess and physical education classes. While option 1 would allow us to use the field alongside community members, it does not allow students and staff to freely use the grass without concern for our school safety, and thus would discourage school usage of the open space. As a Montaloma staff, we'd like to recommend to the board to please consider and endorse option 3.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. You can email the rest of those comments. So I'm going to go back to JC Montaloma. JC Montaloma, can you unmute yourself? We'll try this one more time.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Jessica Chohan. Hi, thank you for your time, and I'll keep it brief. I want to applaud Superintendent Rudolph and district staff for their willingness to listen to community feedback and compromise on this issue, or propose a compromise on this issue. I want to express my support for option 1 as a starting compromise on new fencing. I believe this option can lead to a fair and reasonable solution. I'm encouraged that it could meet the needs of both the school and the neighborhood to ensure the park remains a valuable resource for members of the entire community. I'm disappointed a bit to hear school staff's unwillingness to compromise toward a balanced option, but I hope the board will provide direction to proceed toward option 1 anyway. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. Well, those were all the comments. Thank you for everyone who wanted to comment today. We have limited time, so I apologize for those who got cut off. I encourage you to please email the board. Trustees, we don't have very much time. This is going to come back to us. So I know I have a lot of comments that I'd like to make, but I also want to wait until I hear from our community during our community input day. Does anyone have some final comments that they'd like to make to staff and Dr. Rudolph? Yes,
Well, I agree
Trustee
with
Lambert.
you is that we'll be coming back to this in a couple of weeks, and we'll hear more community input. And I certainly have my opinions, but that shouldn't dominate things. I just would like to say that one thing Montaloma represents that's extremely unique throughout Mountain View is a wide open space, and that has huge value. I would hate to see, I would encourage us to work to try to keep as much of that open space open as possible. And I see a lot of sketches that Carducci has made. In any kind of architecture that we use, I would also encourage us to keep it simple. We don't need a lot of architectural vanity all over the place that's distracting from just nature and open space. So I have lots of other comments later, but not tonight.
Trustee Chang. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Chang.
Go ahead. I just wanted to say I'm really glad we are finally having this conversation. It has been several years. And so I appreciate people's willingness to move forward and make a decision. So thank you.
Agree. Yes, trustee Chang.
I just wanted to express some concern if the option one, if the perception of staff is that they won't utilize what's beyond the pink fence anymore. And I think that's something we need to explore with staff because that is still part of the campus. I'm a middle school teacher. My school that I work at, our base perimeter is secure, and every week my yard duty is on a public park where anyone can go to on El Camino. So it'd be sad if option one meant that all that green space, all of a sudden teachers go, I will never go out there. So I think that's something I hope the staff will explore and get that feedback back to us with that. Thank you.
Yes, Vice President.
Thank you. Very quickly. I guess it was almost 3 years ago when we had a meeting about fencing parks, and I said, wait, have we had public input yet? And I did not anticipate what that, I want to say a can of worms, but I didn't anticipate the long timeline that would stretch out from that. But I appreciate all of the input tonight, and I appreciate everyone who stayed up to comment, all of the letters we've received, and look forward to getting more community input over the next couple of weeks.
My final comment is I agree with trustee Chang. I think that there's going to be larger school-wide events like at the walkathon, and I don't want the fence. If we were to go with option one, maybe thinking about what those events could look like. And some of the questions that I was getting was around maintenance. I had a lot of those sort of concerns at the issues in the community that they wanted to bring up around cones and maintenance and opening and closing and hours. So I'm wondering just if when we collect that information, just sort of I'm sure we'll tag all of that, but I think that there's maybe some information that we can share with the city and the joint use, the things that might fall into that category. Okay. I think that's it for now. Great. Then we're going to move on then. Thank you, everyone. And then that community meeting is next week on Thursday, correct, Dr. Rudolph, at 5 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then another opportunity for on the 21st for the ice cream social. And then I'll work with Principal Lee to figure out when I can get out to meet with staff. They have back to school night, so they technically don't have a faculty meeting. So I'm hoping that they'll be gracious enough to give me some time to meet with them.
Okay. All right. Okay, we will then thank you to everyone who's joined us. You're welcome to stay to the end or not. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 10. Are there any board updates that you'd like to share at the moment? Okay, we will move on then to item 11, future board meetings. We have a future board meeting on September 7th. I don't see it. September 7th. So we will, that is our next one. Okay, great. Then it's going so quickly. At 11:13 p.m., we will adjourn the meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School